Some announcements, call for volunteers. There's a complete list on the commission openings tab, the volunteer tab on the town website. Item A, public comment. Anybody here want to make a public comment? None. We'll move on to item B, town manager updates.
All right. The first item we had some correspondence from Chief Dwyer recently that was shared with the board regarding an issue of a couple of pretty disturbing incidents at one of the town's open spaces. So we've referred that to council to get advisement as to what recourse the town may have. So you can expect that at the next meeting, but I just wanted to make you aware that that had come in. The request from the chief, which was actually put forward by one of the sergeants, and which he endorses and certainly makes sense to me based on my read of the situation, would be to issue a no trespass order against this individual who is a non-resident. But we're again working with council as to whether that's within the board's authority and so forth. It's not something that's come up before.
How was it not a police matter? They don't write a citation. I just, when does it end up here? I'm like, here,
Yeah, I mean, I have, it's been kind of late breaking, so we haven't had a lot of discussions on it other than the email correspondences, so, but.
we'll wait to hear from council.
Yeah.
I don't know what the process, how it even sticks or.
Well, so that's one of the things that's in the animal control bylaw as an additional penalty and
the proposed.
Right, and the proposed, and apparently Tim said that that's one way to, if it's in a bylaw, then they have.
Yeah, it's important for the board to have, we don't have a written opinion yet, so I don't want to get ahead of that, but basically it would be helpful if the board had a specific, regulation or bylaw that was violated, that it could reference in any action of the things.
In the future, will this be in open session or executive?
Open session.
Okay.
Yeah. We'll redact the personal information, in terms of, just anything that's properly redacted.
I just think it's good for people to hear about the issues that go on, so they know why these animal bylaws have to get revised.
I totally agree, yeah.
Okay, good.
Next item, we had our monthly working group with Pentucket, earlier this week. Everyone was present and, part of the focus was budget, particularly the impact on Groveland and Merrimack, the likely need for overrides in likely both of those communities, in addition to some of the dynamics they're dealing with other non-education, potential overrides. So nothing definitive, but it was a good check-in, as they always are. A couple of other items that we talked about in some detail. One was they're actually both on the agenda later tonight. One regarding the method of appointment for the town's rep to the Whittier Tech School Committee, and the second regarding the Kentucky Regional Agreement and correspondence with DESE. Actually, I guess that's not on other than in the context of the warrant articles. So I'll just go ahead and say we have we have gotten a date on the calendar with the two staff people from DESE, myself, Carol McLeod, and Rebecca Oldham. That's not going to be till March 13th. That was the earliest that between everyone's schedules, and I know Rebecca and Carol are also in kind of budget crunch, and I guess Carol's payroll person left, so she's doing payroll. Like she said, she's worked every weekend for the last 5 weeks, so she's really stretched. So. But yeah, those check-ins, continue to be a really valuable thing. Those are pretty much every month year round, other than the summer months. Item C, the tentative financing schedule for upcoming issuance of bonds. We received that schedule. We've been working closely with Hilltop, our financial advisor for borrowing. Jenny is closely involved with that, as is Caitlin Gilbert, and we've got both Jody and Mark are part of those meetings as well. In a nutshell, it's coming down to timing of when the long-term debt would be issued. Basically, if it's issued this fiscal year, that would result in a so-called double hit in the FY26 water operating budget, because they'd be paying off the bans that were issued in July that mature this July, as well as paying the first year of principal on the long-term debt. Met with the Water Commission on Tuesday, walked them through that in detail. I think they're amenable to that, supportive of that.
Supportive of paying off two and one.
Yeah, well, and the article that would draw from retained earnings to offset the impact to the ratepayers.
But they're amenable to the double hit, basically, which,
Yeah, they didn't, I specifically did not ask them to take a vote Tuesday because it was really the first time we were talking
Yeah.
through, so they will have that on their next agenda. And I told them that if that article would only be brought forward if they sponsor it, you know, so we're not gonna sponsor an article for your retained earnings. So of the two members who were there, I think they were favorable. And it's gonna have something to do with what the amount borrowed needs to be, and we're still working with the water department to pin that down. Basically, a couple of variables are the remaining paving and what the scope of that is gonna be, whether it's gonna be patching or possibly full overlay. And the scope called for patching, but I know we're working on that. And secondly, the engineering costs, construction fees, engineering and inspections are well under budget. And so we're working with Tate and Howard that we got to amend the contract, because even though they've told us in writing that they think they don't think they're gonna go above X amount, which is a fraction of what's in the contract. We need to get the contracts formally amended, because as long as that's under contract, we have to account for it. So that's just a kind of a housekeeping thing to actually get amended contract in place with them.
Well, I mean, I'm pleased that the engineer, they didn't use all of that money. 'Cause
Yeah.
it was, you know, over, cost in the beginning.
I'm glad it was structured time and materials.
That's right, exactly.
right,
Yeah. Good.
So, and then a couple of just miscellaneous updates, there were, you know, I mentioned Water Commission, I was there, Tuesday, we actually went through quite a number of issues, I think it was a good meeting. We talked through each of the items of their operating budget that, will rely on input from my office, including debt, health insurance, you know, property casualty insurance, indirect costs, and I gave a status update on each of those. And we also talked through all of the other water-related articles, whether they're things sponsored by or funded by water or not. So including, for instance, the site, you know, funded for more water site exploration, proposed HVAC improvements over the water garage, really everything water related. So I gave them copies of all the articles, made sure they were aware of that, and it was good just to kind of, you know, make sure everyone's aware of what's under consideration. Other brief updates on the topic of water testing. We did have setback, but the schedule got pushed back. But there is some, you know, there's an alternative approach that the board may consider, but basically because there's snow on the ground. So Butch was out there on Tuesday with the drilling contractor and the property owners over whom access would happen. And the driller expressed concerns about the snow. There were also concerns raised about the potential effect of the apparatus on the resident's driveway. So there's some things in flux. We thought up until a week ago, we thought the drilling was going to happen toward the end of this week. That's not going to happen. It's going to be likely postponed, but Wendy's been in touch. I don't know if you want to pick it up from here in terms of the.
Yeah, so Weston Sampson proposed an alternative type of drill rig that has rubberized tracks, and it's smaller. So what the project manager says, we may not even need to use that access point, so I'm following up with.
meaning
them.
to come down from page.
Yeah, but so I asked, there is an additional cost, it's more expensive to use this rig. This is just ballpark, she said about $3,000 more. I feel like we should go ahead and just, you know, have them give us a quote and get somebody out to look at the site. So I guess this is not formally on the agenda, but we have that money in the budget, so does it need to be an agenda item that we vote on, or? I'd like to not hold up.
Yeah, no, I think if maybe when we get to action items, you could elaborate a little more. I think it would be good to get a vote, because with this article, you know, it really has been the board's initiative. And so for instance, when an invoice comes in, I send it to Wendy before we pay it. I don't do that with all articles, so it's been more under your oversight. And I want to keep it that way. So before we would consider a contract amendment, I would look for a action of the board, but maybe, you later after the joint meeting, we can circle back and allow for more discussion, because I don't wanna condense the time we have for.
Sure, but just the fact that it's not agenda,
You could, it's unanticipated, this
Okay.
information came in yesterday, so, it wasn't available at the time of posting.
Yeah, I think we should move forward as fast as possible.
Yeah,
I think, I would hope that we can move forward while there's specific all this snow on the ground.
and while the ground is frozen. exactly.
Exactly, yeah. It's supposed to get cold next week too, again, so it'll be even better. I mean, of course, if I don't get out that fast, but.
Two other brief updates, as of, at this time, there's a newly established opioid working group to look at the potential uses of the opioid funds the town has received and will continue to receive as a result of the settlement agreements. So Chief Dwyer is there along with the health staff and others. Rebecca is, my assistant is there. So we'll hear back more about that. And then finally, the municipal energy aggregation, I think everyone knows, we had a major milestone on that a couple of weeks ago, looking in the rates. Earlier this week, we received from Colonial Energy the public outreach materials, the mailing, the website posting, Facebook posting, all of that has been provided to us. We're gonna review that in detail, get back to them by the end of tomorrow. And those postcards, I believe they're planning to mail tomorrow.
They're going in and out.
Okay, well, we'll just need to make sure they're correct. They're mailed. But anyhow, so residents in the near term can expect to, or at least I should say electricity customers should can expect to get something in the mail. Plus, we're gonna do a full court press in terms of website, social media,
and then,
all of which, by the way, is required by DPU.
and then March 4th is the public presentation.
Yep, there's gonna be two public presentations, March 4th with the select board. That's it, same night as the joint meeting with the FinCom. It'll be scheduled earlier, but hopefully, FinCom may listen in on some of that. And then also there's gonna be a daytime information session that the Sage Center will host as part of its Lunch and Learn series.
You're done?
Yes.
Thank you. So moving on to item C, department updates and discussion. A is an update regarding the draft work scope for anticipated WP action plan. Christine Wallace, project manager.
Just very briefly, you should have a one-page memo in your packet that we put together, after the CCRC meeting the other night, and everybody agreed. We just wanted to make sure we keep the lines of communication open. And the grant is due as of right now, end of April, so we have about 2 months. And so now we're getting into the, into the busier part, I should say. So we'll continue to update the board. What this is just an outline, kind of the higher level tasks that we're looking at. And with this particular grant, you have to be very specific, putting your subtask, how much is the cost for each subtask, when do you anticipate doing it, so you need to schedule as well. So it's a lot to think about ahead of time for a particular grant. And the good news is we've done one of these applications before, and we've done a project before, so we know what works and what doesn't work. The piece that I think will take the longest here on out is coordination with consultants and getting information from them, technical information or costs, or, deciding how and when we want to get consultants on board. So we have a draft that keeps getting revised. So it's a very iterative process, but we're heading in the right direction. But then there's a point where there may be some technical information we just don't know, and we have to get it to a consultant. And then the plan would be to share it with the board, and then we can, kind of put it out there for people to help us. Just really quickly.
And just when you say put it out for people to help us, I think you mean send it to other vendors and just to see if we can get like ballpark quotes for budgeting, because we'll need to put that level of detail into the grant application.
Right.
It's very difficult
Yeah.
to do this because we're not consultants. We don't know how they break down different costs. This is the scope of this thing is definitely gonna involve multiple subcontractors, so you know, it's difficult how the state structures this grant. You have to provide so much information on the front end that you really can't do without, you know, engagement with, potential vendors.
Well,
Do we
and
still have money? Oh, excuse me.
and this year, they actually want to make sure that whoever gets the award is ready to go by July 1st. In the past, it's been through September, you know, so they really want this information and,
But we're not gonna know about the grant by July 1st.
no, I think they would let you know. That's what that's their goal, I think,
Okay.
but. Cause last time I think it was probably by September.
Yeah, I think it was early September, is that right?
Yeah. I'm sorry,
Late
Wendy. Go.
I was just wondering, you know, speaking about the need for technical information, isn't there money set aside for the consultant? I mean, are they being helpful at all, or?
Yes, so we've worked with GEI so far. They had done kind of an initial cut of the scope. And they're still available as needed. There may be some parts that are outside of their expertise.
Yeah.
But I don't think we've ruled out if there is another consultant that we feel strongly about, that we would like their assistance. There's a few thousand
It
left.
was like 12 to 14, I think,
Yeah.
when we talked the other day, Angus.
Yeah.
I think that's right, yeah.
So I'm pretty confident we can make that work. It's just kind of the logistics to get to the finish line, but.
Yeah, there's a lot of detail that, you know, that we don't have the information here, we don't know.
It's a wide range of expertise too, it's not
Right,
just one
right,
consultant.
right.
And this doesn't mean either that we're gonna have 8 consultants, you know, there's a lot of firms that are multidisciplinary. But, you know, depending how we choose one, then we need pieces from another one. And one other thing I would like to add, we have reached out to MVPC. And Angus had a while back as well, and to see if they would be willing to partner with us to be kind of the like public outreach facilitator and maybe look at some regional issues. And I
Yeah,
think
we've
that'd
had
be a great.
I had some good
partnership.
discussions with Gerard going back a while, and talked to him, you know, there's, regular mayor-manager meetings, there's regular DPW meetings that MVPC hosts, regular stormwater meetings, I think those are monthly. So there's a lot of existing
That's true.
times that regional people are getting together anyway, so rather than reinvent the wheel, we wanna see if we can kind of have MVPC build this into their kind of curriculum, if you will, to have like future programs that would advance our kind of grant objectives.
And that'll really strengthen our
Oh,
application,
absolutely.
because,
Yeah,
you know, because we're not an island, but we're sort of leading the charge in the Merrimack Valley. And if we can demonstrate that, you know, we're looking out for our own needs, but what we're doing is transferable to others. I think the MVP program is gonna look at that really positively.
Mhm.
Any questions, Chris? Assuming maybe not.
No, well, we met earlier today. There was a sort of a working group of us that met for a bit this morning, and there were a couple of, I mean, we wanted to talk about the membership.
Oh, correct.
Yeah, so a couple of things is, so the CCRC has 9 members authorized. I think that's what's in sort of the definition or the charter of the committee. And yeah, it's probably readily available to you, Jim, but I'm pretty sure it's 9. We have 7 people currently. 4 of those people live either on River Road or on Coffin Street. And, you know, there's a sense that there's maybe concern that this is biased towards residents. You know, there are other issues in town. I don't think there's anything quite as significant regarding climate change resiliency, but still there are other issues in town. And having a broader perspective of the town's needs or the town's, you know, the view of townspeople would probably be good. So, it seemed that it would be appropriate for this board, for the select board, to actively try to get a couple of more members for the committee who don't live local to River Road. And so that, you know, they could contribute their thoughts and their perspectives. So I don't, you know, I don't know what your thoughts, Chris's thoughts are on that idea.
Yeah, I mean, I think we can take that up. We've got Kevin here to do this presentation.
Right, yeah, I'm not saying we should go deep in that now, but,
So maybe in our next meeting, we can just talk, I mean, I think it's a
Sure.
great idea. That was one of my concerns at the River Road presentation, that they were the ones that were speaking.
What a call for volunteers to that committee, anybody from town can,
Yeah,
I mean, it'd be hard to complain if you haven't come out and offered your services to help.
true. All right, I'll have that in the next meeting. Okay, thank you, Christine. You're welcome here. Item D, board committee commission updates. So I did go to the Conservation Commission on Monday, talking about this, the draft CR. I had spoken with Vanessa earlier that day, and she made some changes that she felt would address some of the concerns raised. And the commission voted to, go along with the language, which allowed, parking in that overflow area from the Saturday before Thanksgiving for 30 days. It's only for Christmas tree cutting, so like it couldn't be for winter festival or anything like that. The concern was if they stop cutting Christmas trees, they don't want to have that parking, continue. There was talk about parking on Ash Street with a detail like the other farms do. But I think in the end, the members felt like, and Vanessa really felt like, we should just try to work this out with them. The caveat is that if the state comes back and does not like this change, then that will be it, because they may require a survey, because the CR's already set. This is a management, issue, but it has like a sketched plan attached. So she said it's possible they'll say we need to have that surveyed, in which case it's not worth Greenbelt's investment in it. So that's what that stands. So that will be coming to, once Vanessa modifies the language, it'll be coming to us for signature, probably at our next meeting. Let's see, so we're on to action items. Do we want to just skip ahead to,
Yeah, there's no one here for that permit, so let's take that up after the joint meeting,
that sounds good.
and, I'll let Kevin get right to it.
So we'll move on to item B under action items, presentation of the Route 113 corridor study and a request to authorize one or more project need forms. Submit to Mass DOT.
Good evening, everyone. I feel like I just saw you 24 hours ago.
No.
So Kevin, I know you had emailed me about screen share. I can either make you a co-host, or I do have, if it's this, is it different from the material you sent earlier this week that was in their packet?
Yes, so I did a little
Okay.
PowerPoint just to make it succinct.
Great. Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and make you host. I just need to make sure that before you leave the meeting, that you put me back as host, because if you leave the meeting as host, it ends the meeting.
That sounds fine.
That would be bad.
Yes.
Yeah,
That's how you look at it.
that sounds good. So I'll share my screen at this time. Can you see it okay?
Yep.
Okay, great. So thank you for the opportunity. I have some slides I just wanted to run through very quickly. Some are recycled from the most recent public meeting. Others are in the packet, which is related to the memo that I drafted February 11th, which is a 4-page memo with a list of recommendations and some attachments, most of which are graphics. So as we look, and you already described it, that we're really looking for the board to endorse for the town, with our assistance, to pursue one or more project need submittals to DOT to support pedestrian safety improvements along Main Street as part of the corridor study. So, and it's important because as we look at certain things that we're doing, and as we've identified different goals for the corridor, since we've started this process roughly 15, 18 months ago, we know that there are certain things that the town has expressed a desire to do. interim safety improvements at Page School, Pipe Stave, and on the opposite end of the corridor on the west end at Pentucket, but to also improve safety at existing crossings, to look at some traffic calming opportunities and safety improvements in town center, which is right on the cusp of doing. Also looking at some of the longer term improvements for the corridor, but with a focus on state-sponsored federally funded projects rather than town-funded projects. But also identifying things that are consistent with the current and/or planned zoning, some of which we talked about last night. This is the first stage in the process in trying to develop a project with DOT. So as part of the planning and needs assessment or the project needs submittal, we help the town prepare the corridor planning report. And you can see on the right the different tasks: define the study area, evaluate some of the existing conditions, perform some public outreach, develop some alternatives, and then refine it to try to move forward with a certain idea. But understanding that it's the foundation of need that really creates projects. To date, we've done an inventory of the different sidewalk, crosswalk assets along 113, which is state highway, but runs from end to end within your town. That mapping of that data plus crash data. We collected some traffic data at key intersections like Maple and Church and Bridge. Worked with town staff and MVPC to discuss several ideas. We've had several collaborative discussions with DOT themselves. We had two very good public outreach meetings, November of 2023 and November of 2024. And I think some of you were present at the most recent one. But ultimately, we'll be assisting you, if endorsed, to move forward with a couple different project ideas. The town asked to focus on these 6 focal areas. There are several different attributes within each of those 6, but 6 focus areas between Pentucket and Town Center, right in front of where you are this evening at the town offices, Town Hall and Training Field, the Page School, and then the Way to the River area. And in there are opportunities to improve existing crossings, potentially add new crossings, look at some of the potential upgrades within town center for traffic calming, but understanding that we might apply for, the project need now, but it's going to end up being buttressed or assisted by what you're about to embark on with a town center study in the coming months. Some of these things are in progress. So we've been fortunate enough to work with you on Pentucket. You have the pending town center grant. I believe it's $50,000 to initiate some planning work there. And then we're excited to be at the very finish line of the permitting process with DOT. We have draft bid docs ready, and we will be soon advertising for construction of the improvements at the Page School and Pipe Stave Rec area. Just quick summary, you've seen these in the past. They're included in your packet, but some draft graphics for what we might be able to do to enhance pedestrian treatments at Pentucket. Looking at some of the opportunities in and near town center. On the right is one of the more popular safety devices that's used in the past several years. It's called a rectangular rapid flash beacon, or RRFB. Which, instead of static signs that don't do anything, it allows for a pedestrian to push the button to activate the warning lights, to provide that extra alert to oncoming motor vehicle traffic. Different ideas that, again, I put in yellow the funded study spring and summer 2025, because although there are ideas out there, a lot of this is yet to come. But different ideas for how we might be able to reorient Maple Street to make for safer crossings, how we might be able to organize the on-street parking, how we might be able to organize some curb cuts to make it safer for not only pedestrians and bicyclists, but for general motor vehicle traffic too. In the area of town offices, Bachelor Street, etc., there are a number of existing crossings. some of which can be enhanced, some which might be consolidated. You can see the photo on the right, which is right out in front of the town offices. And here's another sketch that we just did at the request of town staff to look at what this area might look like. There are 2 crosswalks today that don't really go anywhere, you know, from an accessibility standpoint, but there's an opportunity to try to, you know, eliminate the existing ones, consolidate it to one prominent location, make accessibility upgrades, and potentially a new sidewalk that might be in front of the, along the frontage of the property, but connect in to the sidewalks that already exist on either side. These are opportunities, you know, you could potentially get rid of the older paths here with the stairs, and make it more accessible around the corner. Again, this is just an idea to get ideas flowing. In front of Town Hall, and the GAR Library, this is something that we know that you had a keen interest in trying to advance to some preliminary design sketches, and we've offered a proposal to Angus for your consideration. But again, the idea is to try to move the crosswalk away from a very challenging area at Bailey's Lane to a point further west where it could have improved sightlines, but in a short stretch of sidewalk to try to connect to Town Hall, but an opportunity that we could explore to make this safer because it's one wide open curb cut today, possible landscape treatments, but in an effort to make it more accessible, make it safer for the crossings, and potential beautification at the same time. You're already familiar with this one at Page School. This is the color graphic that was used at special town meeting, and, you know, is about to commence construction. Another focus area was at Way to the River in Ocean Meadow, where the idea is to try to add a new crossing here. It would be not only a pedestrian crossing, but likely an equestrian crossing. There's no design, and I think with any of these sketches, it's important to understand that there is no design. These are ideas and planning concepts that the reason why we show the 2 black double-ended arrows here is that we don't know which side of the road it might go on, but the desire to have a sidewalk on one side of that stretch between the Way to the River and some access point that might be the existing old driveway curb cut here, but so that pedestrians and equestrian riders can try to get safely across Main Street and then down towards the rest of the trail now. So that was a lot about the crossings that have an opportunity to be upgraded and enhanced. But the next topic, and the reason why the request was for one or more project need forms, is you can do this in a couple different approaches, and I've already kind of tested this with staff at District 4 at DOT, who really liked the idea that the lowest hanging fruit and easiest to implement is some of the crossings. That might be more readily available to work on. There are some different contracts that DOT uses today, and we actually worked for DOT for a statewide complete streets contract. And there are a number of firms that do that, but with that same type of approach to trying to improve existing state highway facilities in an efficient manner. Things that probably won't involve right of way and are, you know, more readily implementable. So then we get to the idea of new potential connections. One thing that we heard, I would say very uniformly at the most recent public meeting in November, was folks weren't necessarily interested in the Cadillac of things, you know, and I say that with certain understanding that there is the robust design that might involve lots of right of way with what might be DOT's ideal complete streets section of what could accommodate bikes and pedestrians, etc. But a lot of folks said, I would really just like a sidewalk on one side of the roadway to be able to get towards town center or to get to school, whatever it may be. So in the graphic that's up now, the green represents an existing sidewalk that exists today that comes up to training field. This is the area that we're just talking about that you're about to embark on some planning work for and concept work for. But then the sidewalk terminates. And as you head further east on Main Street, it's devoid of sidewalks on either side. And as you go towards the Page School, and keep in mind too that when we reflect back on a couple of years ago, we assisted the town in requesting a grant for Safe Routes to School that would look at getting part of this way to try to connect training field or Mill Pond area and the Page School itself. So there are different ways that you might be able to get up there by just continuing a sidewalk up along and meeting what we're about to construct here. You might take a cross-country route that heads up the hill in a different way. It might have switchbacks or something to make it accessible. But again, there's no design in place, just ideas for how to better connect different origins and destinations. When you get to the east side of the Page School, and I show it in a different color very purposefully because there's the opportunity to do a sidewalk on one side of the road from training field all the way to the Newburyport city line, but it might be chunked up in different phases. But again, the idea of need, you might have the second project need submittal that would request that DOT look at how to retrofit the existing road with a sidewalk on one side and make maybe striping-based biking accommodations to not have this huge project that blows out the right of way and does all these things that might result in impacts, but something that's more modest that makes a pedestrian connection or makes some other bike enhancements to make best use of the road as it looks today with something on one side. So that's really the idea of two different project needs submittals, one focused on crossings, one focused on new connection or connections. And again, DOT liked the idea of that so that they can pursue projects on different paths and different timelines. So we were available to assist under our current contract to file one or more of those project needs submittals, and then, you know, Angus, Christine, myself, and others can meet with DOT to discuss that need once they have a chance to review it. So that's really it that I had for a presentation, but try to do it in a succinct manner so that it kind of summarizes where we've been to date, but with a clear recommendation for the select board to endorse those two different project tracks.
Thank you, Kevin. So, the project need number one, that's all of those pedestrian crossings, and we're not choosing one or more, right?
Correct, and that's really because, and I think within project need number one, as identified in the memo from the 11th, there are 11 different crossing areas. So understanding that, I think it's wise to do something that's uniform in nature within the town limits and not, you know, parsing out certain key ones, because it is DOT's asset. And what we'd be asking for them to do is hopefully from this point on that they spend their money and resources to develop the project from here on out with input from the town, but to focus on everything within the town limits of a similar nature, like the crosswalks, each of those, to upgrade them uniformly throughout the town limits.
Questions from either of you?
I guess I'm trying to get a grasp on that timeframe, how this, I mean,
That's a lot there.
yeah,
Let's back up the page.
it seems like there has to be prioritization.
We funded Page.
We funded Page.
We've applied for a grant
We have,
and we have documents getting ready to go forward.
we're at the 2-yard line on Page or the 5-yard line, Kevin?
I was thinking one. No, we're
gonna push you over the edge.
yeah,
That's right, at least not a safety.
So then the next one that sort of got me, which is fairly critical, is between the library
Yeah,
and the town hall. We were talking about funding on that. Just,
we did, yeah, we got the $20,000 earmark in the current year state budget. I invited a proposal from PEC, received that about a week ago. I haven't had time to look at it, but now, once we get through tonight's meeting, I'll look at that. And I did glance at it. It provides, the majority of the proposed budget is for survey, which I think is a great investment. And then slightly less than 50% of the funding would be used to advance the drawing to a higher level of concept. A separate proposal that PEC is going to be getting us, in the next few weeks is what it would take to build on that kind of initial work to get it to more to the stage of, 25%, 75, 100%. Like what would be ahead of us in terms, if we were to follow the same path with that one that we have with the page crossing.
so those are two that are already moving forward pretty reasonably.
Yeah, and then the town center, which Kevin referred to a couple of times, we've got a draft scope we've been looking at for a little while. We haven't, gone forward with that part, really partly because of bandwidth, and also partly because it's been seen all along as a natural follow-on to the corridor study. So we want to kind of get this formally complete, and then we will go forward with a contract for the town center. That's also a state earmark, and that's going to be a much deeper dive in that area.
I know breaking it up in pieces is different than Kevin wanted, because I'm not looking at all crosswalks.
Mm.
I mean, maybe you come up with the standards for what you want and implement them over time. But then the next piece to me, which would be most important, would be down by the high school, middle school. There's a jumble of stuff going on there that needs to, if you have those 4 areas, I mean, pretty significant amount of work.
Yeah,
So that's how I look at it.
Well, and there where there's the most activity, those four.
Right.
By far and away.
And the most potential for issues because of the number of people and the interactions that occur at all these locations.
Yeah,
So
and I would
Kevin,
just
can you-
advise the board that just because you put all 11 in doesn't mean that you couldn't still prioritize. And I think with the grant funds that you've been fortunate to receive, what that does is it kind of allows you to take two different paths. One is you can start the process with the state, but you also are spending this money to help advance concepts that can help the state get there quicker, or open up the option for you to do it with other grant funds that you may receive, so that as part of a permit like we're getting for Page School. But I think that any opportunity to use the funds to advance the design a little bit more, get some survey or do things like that, only gets us closer to the mark on those areas that you've already determined are high priorities. But by putting all 11 in doesn't mean that you kind of water it down for those 3 or 4, key ones. It's just that, you open it up so that you're saying, we have this need throughout town. And there would be another discussion about, okay, how can we use them to help prioritize to get certain things done quicker?
So, can you just describe what the overall process here is? This is submitted to DOT, but then what happens?
So, it's done through their online Map It portal, where you sketch out different project areas. You establish what you have for background information, for traffic volumes, establishing different need. You can summarize crash information. We'll summarize the public process that we've gone through. But ultimately, this is something that they review to say, can we make this a project? And essentially initiate it with a state MassDOT project number. Then my hope would be that they take it from there and then they initiate what they call the project scoping phase using their own resources, but with input from the town, then makes very defined scope of work, project areas, etc. At which point they could bring on hopefully one of their own on-call consultants to advance one or both of the project need projects as they advance. But this project need submittal is essentially creating a project in their database that starts the process and can move forward in project development. With these, because they're, again, the crossings themselves are pretty small in nature compared to a lot of DOT projects. So they can address these quite a bit more nimbly than other projects that you see that take, 5 years to, or 10 years to get in place. These are more like they're working with their own team, their own consultant team to try to advance these quicker, on their facilities, which this is.
So there's really no burden on the town, I mean, to move forward with this. We're hoping DOT will just take it and run with it with our input.
Correct. And we've made that, and I've made that clear with DOT too, that the town has spent their own resources, including some grant funds, but some of the town's own resources to do the planning for the state facility. And, I think that that shows that there's interest, there is investment by the town to be able to create something like one or more projects that should incentivize them to spend their own dough moving forward because it is their facility. There are a lot of projects that you'd see that are off state highway where you have a town funded transportation improvement program project or TIP project where the town has to pay for the whole project development because it's a town road that you're asking for the state to invest in. Here, you've already invested some funds to do the planning to say, knock on the door and say, state, please spend money in these ways, on your own facility. And that's my true hope is that this process, gets them interested and involved, and they've already been to date. And I haven't heard anything that pushes back on the idea that the state would seek to, help fund something like this in the suite of projects that they consider.
Kevin just looking for us to pick one of the two, either crossings or a sidewalk?
One or both. I mean, is that right?
I recommend both. There's no commitment to do anything for the town. But the only reason for doing two is that, again, you can try to streamline some of those crossings quicker rather than have something that might involve right away, like a sidewalk that could slow down progress on the other aspects.
Just back up a little bit, and thinking about one particular area, the Maple Street, the intersection with Maple Street,
Yes.
where some of the changes would actually be at that point on town-owned land, town-owned right of way. Correct?
If it's Maple Street, yes. Yep.
Right, so is it likely that the state would take that on as a whole, or would that then likely require additional town contribution? I'm not saying that shouldn't happen, I'm just kind of curious. It becomes kind of a hybrid of ownership.
Yes. In that case, that might be a third future project need submittal. Because keep in mind that with the 11 existing crosswalks, those might be upgraded to allow time for other planning to occur. Or they may say, okay, we've started a project that includes crossings, but we know the town has started to engage in a process to plan for town center. So maybe we kind of leapfrog over those, but allow for that to formulate, what the town's desires are. We can work with them. And then maybe that gets spun off as a separate project that might involve something with Maple Street, et cetera. But the other one is more further east, with the new potential sidewalk connections that is kind of separate from everything else. So as for town center, if there's changes to Maple Street, yes, it's dual jurisdiction, you can call it. That's not a problem, but it might involve something that, depending what the town wants to do and your collaboration with the state, that might end up being a bigger, more expensive project that you could identify with funds through the planning commission.
What do we need to do?
We need to make a
I do
motion.
have one question. So Kevin, I'm aware the tip process that is really kind of funnels both state and federal money. And I don't, have a sense of kind of order of magnitude, how much of the money that DOT allocates each year statewide is state versus federal. But obviously there's some dynamics right now in terms of federal funding. Do you have any insight as to if there was to be a significant scaling back of federal investment in infrastructure, like over what period of time, or I guess, like, is federal money to state money, is it like 10-1, 1-1? Do you have an idea of that?
The feds would usually cover 80% of a tip project, if approved for funding. For projects like this that are, smaller in scale, I would say that benefits the town of West Newbury because just say town center, for instance. Just say that the pending planning process identifies some things that might result in something that might be a couple $1 million project between Church Street and just west of the market. Better defining the throat of Maple Street, both state right of way, town right of way. Regionally, a $2 million project can fit in to a slot a lot easier than a mega $20 million project. So having a smaller scale project that can fit into the context of things, I feel is better. We've been very successful in working with other communities where you can get things ready, and there's always delays in some of the bigger projects where they say, oh gosh, it slipped from FY27 to FY28. We need a couple, projects that we can, compile together to fill that gap in the use of the federal funds in that fiscal year. So I really like the idea of a number of smaller projects because it allows the state to be more flexible on how they might be able to program it with the MPO, Merrimack Valley MPO. So timeline and what's ahead for all of us, from a bigger funding perspective, I do not know. I mean, there's significant cuts talked about across the board everywhere, but fortunately, infrastructure is something that usually ends up on the safer side of cuts, and time will tell. But I think with the scale of the things that we're talking about here, again, I think it would set up for the opportunity to fit it into a gap in funding much easier than projects in other communities that might be orders of magnitude higher.
Thank you.
So I think we would just need a motion to authorize submittal of.
I'll second
Is that an adequate motion, Jim?
it. Found it.
Authorize the submittal.
Of the project, where are the project need forms.
Crossings,
as-
upgrades and sidewalks.
I was gonna say as outlined in the proposal from TEC.
There you go.
I'll second it again.
All right.
Second, fourth.
All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you, Kevin. Appreciate your work on this.
Thanks
Oh,
very
my
much.
pleasure.
Kevin, before you jump off, I think we talked about this a week or two ago, but just so the board here, so I think his office now prepares the PNFs. I believe we see those before they're submitted, correct? So we
Yes.
still, so even though you've authorized it, we'll get to take a look, at the details before it actually goes in.
Great.
Good to see progress though.
It's great, it's really exciting.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, and good luck with your agenda tonight. Take
Thanks,
care.
Kevin.
Oh, hold on, wait.
Yeah, I already reclaimed
Good catch.
You're good.
We were this close to adjourning.
Okay, so you're good? All right,
Yeah. Thanks.
Thank you.
have a great evening.
You too.
Are you expecting Ross remotely or is he?
In person, I thought.
Okay, so we have one short item that will take.
Yeah, sure.
Still have 5 minutes.
Yeah,
Okay.
so I should sit back down here
You
right
can sit
now.
wherever you want.
Thank you very much. Madam President.
You can stand at the podium if you want.
No, that's
I'm not gonna do
fine.
that.
All right. so-
But thanks for.
Item we skipped over is a special event permit for the enterprise.
Thanks, Christine.
Thank you. Thank you.
Bye.
I was looking at it today in work.
Hey. Any questions on this?
Yeah,
Okay. What?
any other events on that day and time frame that will conflict?
Yeah,
As of right now, no, and we've reserved the no pond space. Technically, you can only reserve the building, but we reserved that time and space.
and this has been through or discussed by the Park and Rec Commission as well as the Pond Committee, correct?
Has not been because Park and Rec
Oh, they can't.
canceled their meeting, so you could approve it pending there.
Yeah,
But they're aware, it's been provided to them, yeah, they had a meeting last Tuesday, they had to cancel it, so we're
Prior years too, right? This is.
yeah,
This
this
is
is
the
the third year.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So to make sure there's no other dog comes.
Oh, that's.
Well, so what they've done in the past is put up their own sign to say dogs must be leashed. I'm not sure. I mean,
Doesn't, yeah. It'd be late.
no, I think we're talking about other dogs that aren't part of this little pond.
Sign them up when they're there.
So I don't know, I mean,
I mean, I'm not gonna tell people to take their dogs home. So,
yeah. This is one of the things that hopefully the final revision will address, you know, but
Is the question just who's gonna post
the
signs?
question is,
for the-
they're posting signs that are unenforceable because, you know,
Got it.
I mean, they're not hurting anything, but it could, if somebody could object, and it would be a problem.
What do the signs say? The sign enforcement?
yeah, please keep your dog on leash.
Yeah,
But if it's a condition
Oh,
that
it's
the
just legal.
board imposes as part of the special event, I think you could argue that's becomes enforceable. I mean, might become debatable, but.
You could argue that. Or we could argue just
Right,
regular.
But I think that's
really-
actually fair, because it's an event.
Yeah.
There's gonna be a lot of events, so I think that's so fair.
Well, not that, by the time somebody argues it, by the time you're done arguing, the event's over.
Yeah. Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
so that, I mean, that
Unless you're
is,
good at arguing. Filibuster.
that is the reason to, that revision was in the profile, just so that it's documented that anything, you know, like this could take precedence over the bylaw. So, any other questions on this? Rick? Make a motion?
I make a motion that we approve the special event application for the Essex County Trail Association for the Canicross.
And that's contingent upon,
Parks and Rec.
and upon, the dogs being leashed during the event.
Second. All right, all in favor?
Thank you very much.
So is the process going any smoother, Jim, on special events and?
I think so, yeah, it's. We've kind of lined things up, so.
Seems like it's usually the same people that apply year after year, so.
Yeah, I think that and so now, when it's out of order, then I think we'll prepare to kind of. Very much like.
We are again.
Well. We happen to have all 5 members now present. As expected, right on time. Thank you very much.
Sorry.
I'm shutting my mouth.
Well, mine's off too. So are you gonna call your meeting to order?
Yeah, our meeting's to order.
All right.
We have our parliamentarian here. Jim, is that how I'm supposed to call it?
Where's your gavel?
Meeting's in order.
Oh, I can tell this is gonna be challenging. All right, good. All right.
We'll give him a rubber gavel. An inflatable one, nothing too dangerous.
All right, first item on our agenda is presentation of the proposed draft FY 26 operating budget. Did you want to make any comments beforehand, Rob? Usually you like to set the stage for this. process.
Well, I think as it relates to the operating budget, we'll go through line by line, working from the bottom up, and then we gotta keep in mind, you know, what we're trying to accomplish from the top down. So, for instance, my reaction is, that we're trying to work towards a number of remotely by taxation that's equitable and fair, all things considered. So not knowing where the school's gonna come in, but anticipating something larger than last year. You know, I think we gotta keep in mind that we may wanna come back and work from the top down, just to make sure we get closer to whatever it is we're all comfortable with for raising additionally for taxes. That's all.
And by top down, what do you mean?
Top down, well, so for instance, when you have a policy that you would like to accomplish 2.5% on the rest of town government, that's really part of working from top down.
Mhm.
Usually what you try and do is you gotta kind of work up, see what the druthers are. But the druthers may not fit into your overall scheme, so you should have an overall scheme. That's all I'm saying. So if school's gonna come in at 6%, we're at 4%, we have to realize that we're asking for a 5% increase in taxes thereabouts, something on that idea. If you're comfortable with that, fine. But I think you can't just work from bottom up and then let it go with that. You have to work from the top down too.
Okay. Right, I guess.
Okay. All right, thank you very much. One thing I've found is when I do the presentation mode with PowerPoint, it's not viewable to those who are remote. Because it's something about two screens. So what I'm gonna do is just kind of maximize this, but I still need to keep my eye on participants in case there's like hands raised. So this, let me just get this squared away, and then, yeah, so I'm not gonna do presentation mode. And then when I do share screen, everybody will see the same thing you're seeing. Okay. Is that scale gonna work?
Yeah.
All right, so I'm gonna present the proposed FY 26 budget. All right, so I already covered the first bullet point. Tonight we'll present proposed draft budget. This includes some revisions from the proposals as submitted by department heads and boards and commissions committees. There is some additional analysis by myself and Jenny that is pending. I'm going to elaborate on that a little bit later. But I will say I think we're in good shape in terms of the readiness of the budget, in terms of starting the process. As you know, under the Town Manager Act, the board shall review the annual proposed budget prepared by the town manager and make changes if the board deems advisable. Town manager shall present the budget, which incorporates the changes of the board to the finance committee and the town meeting. In practice, the way that's worked is at the end of this presentation, you'll be asked to refer the budget to the finance committee. So even though you're here hearing it under the statute until the board refers it, it's not formally before the FinCom. So that I did carry an assumed 2% COLA, that can be revisited later in the process, but that is built into the wage numbers that you'll see. This does not carry any non-COLA wage adjustments, i.e. step increases. There is no proposed change in staffing levels in any department, either headcount or hours. And request for select board referral of the budget to FinCom with or without changes does not equal your endorsement. Simply passes the baton. So in prior years, I've summarized the budget policy direction. I'm not going to do that tonight, just in the interest of time and how much we have in front of us. But hopefully everyone received that when it was approved by the board back in December. There were a number of elements of the policy direction that went beyond prior years. So we've tried to respond to those as best we can. And that has played out, including in some of the articles that have been proposed. So we could circle back to this, but just in the interest of keeping things moving, I'm not going to go through all 20 of them. But as happens every year, a lot of thought went into this document. I think there's so if anyone for the FinCom is, or anyone in the community, I think it's well worth reading to understand some of the policy objectives that the board set out back in early December to formally kick off the budget process. So the proposed budget, there's a net increase of 4.2%. I'll elaborate on what I mean by net increase, but that's a dollar increase of $776,000. This snapshot here is something that everyone here in the room has a printout. This is, has rolled up from the lines within each budget, doesn't have all the sublines, which are not part of tonight's presentation. Largest drivers of the increase, education represents a 5.2 aggregate increase between Pentucket, Whittier, and Essex Ag. That's the gross amount. The reason I say gross is because that I haven't factored in the 200,000 draw from school stabilization. So if that was factored in, it would be a net increase less than that. But this is the aggregate increase of the three. This is draft. I want to emphasize that the Pentucket budget is based on the numbers that they have proposed. So those are printed formal numbers. But subject to change. The Whittier numbers are not yet, we haven't received numbers. We've talked to the business manager, and the numbers I carried reflect what I was advised to carry, but it's not in writing and it's not formal. So it's actually projected, well, I get into school a little later, so I'll get into that. And then on Essex Ag, similar, we don't get the formal numbers until much later in the process, sometimes into April before we have the Essex Ag. But we are carrying amounts based on what their business manager has told us are appropriate to carry at this stage of the process. Retirement, that was a significant increase this year, 8.4%. That represents about $76,500. Again, that's the gross increase. We proposed a warrant article to draw 53,775 from the pension liability stabilization. That's in accordance with a model that is intended to keep that annual net increase to 2.5%. So I guess, net increase of 4.2% sounds not bad at this stage, but we're drawing from stabilization in a pretty significant amount in those two instances. Dispatch carries a draft number. This is the third largest increase by dollar amount, 51,998, 15.2% increase. That is draft. As the board knows, there were terms agreed, tentatively agreed at the bargaining table between the board and the union this fall. What we've carried in the budget is the terms that were tentatively agreed. The union did vote to reject those terms. So we are entering mediation. So we have carried forward the terms we had tentatively agreed in good faith, but that is not a final number.
And could we just highlight a 15.2% increase?
I think they probably noticed that.
Don't make it clear that the number's not going down, it's anticipation, that's.
Well, we'll see.
All right, sorry.
Mediation, but it was quite surprising that didn't get the deal done. Next one, in terms of dollar amount, health insurance is just over $50,000. That's a 9.5% increase. I do go into a little more detail later. So, and then police, it's a much more modest increase on percentage, just 1.6%. But in terms of dollar amount, it's the next highest in terms of budget drivers. That does reflect the contractually obligated terms of the police union contract. Those terms were agreed earlier this calendar year. And this board may wonder, why isn't it a greater increase? The reason is because in the FY25 budget, we did carry an assumed COLA for police. So even though that didn't take effect until the contract was ratified, the incremental increase is not as great. I'll also say that we have been working very closely, and a great deal of credit to Jenny on this. I've been working very closely with Chief Dwyer and his staff to get to really hone in on the appropriate budget numbers for police between regular time and overtime. Because when we look back over the years, there's been a pretty consistent underspending of the salary wage line and overspending of the OT line. We've tried to adjust for that based on several years of data and trying to get get better numbers on that. So the net impact is 1.6% on police. No other line increase exceeds 1% of the total budget increase. There are obviously lines within here that individually show a greater percentage, relative to their budgets. But in terms of affecting the bottom line, all of the other increases are less than 1.6%. So the bottom line budget target was 2.5%. This shows 4.2%. So we obviously didn't meet that. And as the process goes on, we can talk about, if we were to meet that, what would be involved. I can tell you that with the health insurance, retirement, some of the things we can't control, it would be very difficult. But we can definitely, we could look into that, if you'd like. So we'll get into that. So the amounts shown are net, including the proposed drops from stabilization. That obviously relies on town meeting approval of those articles. It does account for a non-union COLA assumed at 2%. Does not account for highway collective bargaining increases. That bargaining process is just now underway. That contract runs to the end of this fiscal year. But I did apply an assumed, I applied the non-union assumed COLA to union, so we're not carrying 0. So it's not like, so if you were to agree to 2.5%, it wouldn't be a 2.5% increase, it'd be 0.5% from what we've carried in here. So I've tried to be conservative. And then dispatch, as I mentioned earlier, we carried the amounts that had been tentatively agreed by the parties, but were subsequently rejected by the full union. And as I said earlier, does not carry non-COLA wage adjustments. No new positions or hours. Total non-education salary and wages is about 4.22 million compared to 4.08 million in FY25, and it's about 47% of the non-education operating budget. That's pretty much in line. Last year I think it was 46%, so it's right about in line as a proportion of the overall budget.
And that includes benefits as well as?
No, just the
salary.
salary wages, yeah. But that's a good point, because obviously there's a direct relationship between salary wages and pension. But obviously not all of the salary wages are pensionable. That carries a lot of part-time. So there are open union and employment contracts. Highway, as I mentioned, that ends at the end of the current fiscal year. Those negotiations are just now beginning. Dispatch, we're entering mediation. Water, well, it's not part of tonight's budget because this is the general fund budget. I want to make sure the FinCom's aware there is a newly established water union that was approved by the State Department of Labor Relations this fall. And we're in contact with the IBEW, which is the bargaining unit. There are also employment contracts that will affect FY25 with terms not yet determined. That includes the police chief, town accountant, and town manager. For these open contracts, we have carried and we've applied the non-union COLA just so there's something in there. If terms end up being agreed at a greater cost, the proposal would be for these to be payable from the unbudgeted personnel cost article rather than trying to guesstimate within the operating budget. So I would look to the board at a future meeting to consider whether, similar to last year, you would want to consider an overall amount for non-COLA step increases. We can talk about that further at a future meeting. Obviously, board approval would be needed for any such increases. I also want to note that when you get the full budget with all the breakdown of lines, you will see some things that will appear odd in terms of departmental year-to-year changes, especially in the salary wages. You'll see something, you'll see somewhere it's like, let's say like a less than 2% increase from 25 to 26. The reason for that is because last year when the board did authorize an amount for non-COLA step increases, we built it into the operating budget. We didn't pay those out of the article. And so at the time we put the budget forward, we didn't know who was going to get step increases. So they were allocated proportionally, basically proportional to like percentage contribution to the overall staffing budget. So some of the step increases as they ended up being approved were in this or that department. So as a result, there's some amounts that were carried in the current year that were not utilized, and so. But if you see that, that's why. So, and if people have questions on the specifics, they can contact me. One thing I included in this year's presentation, which obviously I see is at a scale you can't see, but you'll get, I'll send this around. I included the town staffing org chart. This is kind of a commonly included ingredient of budget presentations. I haven't included it in prior years, but since we now do have a pretty good, pretty reliable org chart, I thought it'd be a helpful reference. And so when you get it at a scale you can read, you can kind of look into it. But I think this will be helpful to everyone to understand the organization. One thing that is notable and is important for everyone to understand is despite the town manager form of government, we do still have a somewhat fragmented organizational structure because of how that statute is written. So basically the select board appoints the town manager appoints all other staff for which a statute doesn't already specify the method of appointment. So for instance, the fire personnel are appointed by the elected board of fire engineers, or the appointed board of fire engineers. The board of health is elected, they appoint their staff under statute. The library board of trustees appoints the library director, who appoints the other library staff under statute. Park and Rec Commission technically appoints the part-time laborers that work for them. Park and Rec Commission, or I'm sorry, Summer Rec Program, because that is a department head position that's actually appointed by the town manager. That's what the little dotted line there. Yeah, nothing's as straightforward as you might think. And then, select board under the Town Manager Act appoints the town manager, town accountant, police chief, all police staff, as well as town council. Obviously, town council is contracted services at this point.
So in order to make that less messy, the town charter is what we would need to kind of clean up.
That's right.
lines of reporting.
Yep. So. So this, the next several slides, I've broken down the budget by sections. These are based on the sections that we report in our reporting to the credit monitoring, or the debt, monitoring, standard reports and Moody's. Is based on kind of the framework that is applied to all municipalities. So general government. I did this thing on the right, the kind of color coding is like one of the conditional formatting in Excel. It's either, more or less shaded depending on its relative contribution to the overall kind of bottom line. And so you can see the slightly darker green is a higher percentage, the slightly lighter is a lower percentage. Because there's a 0 in here, it kind of skews so the conditional formatting it doesn't pop the same way as it might otherwise. But I highlighted in the notes just a couple of things, a couple of the more notable items. Both the town clerk and conservation increases are primarily driven by either personnel or compensation changes that took place during FY25. The reduced registrar's budget is due to fewer elections next year. The finance department carries budget costs for audit. Up until this year, we've always known going into budget exactly what the cost of audit would be. So we've been able to budget that right to the dollar. This year, we have initiated an RFP process for audit services. We are going to, I forget the deadline. I think it was early March.
I believe so.
Yeah, I think it's like around March 5th, something like that. So we will have proposals, and select board is the appointing authority for auditor. So you'll be, considering proposals, appointing a firm. So we will have a true number before the budget is brought to the voters, but it carries a budget number, which is, pretty significantly higher than prior years, just based on our read of the market. And then finally, I did not propose any change to the FinCom reserve budget, which is currently 50,000. So I'm sure
It says 52 on the.
52 includes their expense budget. So they have $2,000 in, expenses for like the town meeting booklets.
Which because of the length of the warrant, we might have to come back and ask for more.
Take it out of your reserve.
We'll take it out of our reserve,
Reserve.
so we're covered.
It's March 10th is when the, audit RFP or the proposals are due. Public safety, I spoke to some of these already, but, the police budget doesn't carry the police cruiser. This is the second year in a row that'll be proposed as a capital article. So where you see the multi-year trends, here, that would account for, some of the changes, with taking that out. It does carry the agreed contractual terms for FY 26, and for dispatch carries the terms that the town would agree to, but not formalized. And then finally, animal control, this amount will definitely change. We're in continuing correspondence with the city. As you know, we have an intermunicipal agreement for animal control. We have not yet received a proposed amount, so I had to carry something. I made an assumption, but that's in no way binding, and that's going to be an agreement the select board is party to. So once we do have a proposal, you'll be involved with reviewing that.
And it has to be the same rate that the report is paying.
In terms of hourly,
Yeah.
well, so they come up with their total departmental budget and then apportion some of that to us. So we haven't historically gotten into Jenny's looked around at like what's underneath their numbers, but the terms of the IMA is coarser grain of detail. It's pretty detailed, but it doesn't get into like pay rates. Education, all numbers subject to change. Pentucket budget as proposed is an increase of 5.8%. The Pentucket School Committee will meet to review the proposed budget on February 25th, and is looking ahead to a public hearing on the budget in March. Whittier hasn't yet proposed their budget, but the numbers here have carried a 10% decrease, which is a $30,000 decrease in the Whittier budget. That's on our enrollment in the current year was based on a head count of 14. Our enrollment as of October 31st, was it 1st or 31st that the state uses? October is the kind of official date.
Right.
Is 11, not 14, so that's what accounts for that drop. And while I don't have that in writing, the business manager did say she thought our reduction would be at least to that amount, so. And then finally, Essex Ag, their tuition is actually set by DESI in April. The numbers here assume a 5.2% increase that takes into account estimates received from their business office, as well as a new formula. They sent us notice a few weeks ago for allocation of special ed costs. Public Works, the budget detail not shown here reflects the departmental restructure, which was effectuated last fiscal year. So in our budgeting, we have the breakout of expense lines between the facilities. I think that's working out. We all know operationally it's working out really well, but I think budgetarily that's working out well to get to that level of clarity on expenses and projected overtime and those kinds of things. So and then the programs and projects manager, this isn't a change, but prior to FY 25, that position was carried in the DPW budget, and the current and next fiscal years in the town manager section of the budget. And then the highway collective bargaining agreement does carry the assumed non-union COLA, and my suggestion would be that if terms are agreed above that be from the unbudgeted personnel costs article rather than carrying stuff in the operating budget that we don't know what is going to be needed. Human services and culture and recreation. Some of the notable things here: Board of Health. That increase is primarily driven by contractual increase in solid waste collection and disposal. FY 26 is the final year of the contract with Mello, so that is something that's, I think, going to be interesting to talk about when we get to that, that meeting. That increase was almost 20,000 if taken individually. Fortunately, it was partially offset by a decrease in the landfill monitoring line of almost $10,000. So the net increase there is about 11,000. Council on Aging, that change is primarily driven by salary wage changes that took place in FY24. And the Eastern Essex veterans, which is probably represents more than 2/3 of the overall veterans line, is primarily driven by their cost to Essex Regional Retirement. And then debt service, more good news, all zeros. Obviously, this reflects only debt payable from the general fund. Water debt would be carried in the water budget, and we're working on what those terms will be. And obviously, the town holds a share of schools debt that's reflected in the educational budgeting. Finally, benefits and transfers, health insurance. We do know the union rates because those are all contractual. Health insurance, we have been carrying 9.92% based on initial advice. We did receive confirmation earlier today that that is the change in rates, 9.92%. So that's a big hit. That is actually the minimum across all of Maya's clientele. 9.9 is the minimum, 19.9 was the max, and their average was 14.48%.
Wow.
So we continue to be better off in terms of rates than many other communities, but this is the largest percentage increase, that I can recall.
And are we at the low end because of the number of claims?
Correct. Yeah.
Stay healthy.
Yeah, really. Gotta keep that wellness going, keep
So as we've done every year that I've been here, we do carry a contingency to account for projected and unknown personnel changes. So as we get into the details in future meetings, we can talk about whether that's too much, too little, whatever. And then the transfers, this carries $600K transfer into stabilization. That's embedded in the operating budget. 200,000 transfer from school stabilization and the pension liability I mentioned earlier. Both of those are article requests that would require approval. Some related matters, free cash transfers. This is not something that's on the warrant for this spring, but I just like to remind people that this has been, pretty important to me, to reduce the taxpayer impact. So I just want to keep it part of the conversation. I updated the chart that you've seen, many times with the 220,000 that was approved at the fall town meeting. Mass DOR recommends maintaining a minimum 5% of the operating budget in free cash. That translates under the proposed FY26 operating budget to about $970,000. There's always some amount of turnbacks, whether due to conservative budgeting or periods of short staffing, or both. And fall is often the time to consider free cash transfer after the fiscal year is closed out. We know exactly what that balance is. And I do want to note there is a article to propose a free cash transfer into capital stabilization. That can be expected to significantly, if approved, to significantly reduce the free cash balance, because I think the direction we're trying to go is to get things into stabilization rather than into free cash. So
Angus, related to that, though, you're anticipating taking some out of the general stabilization as well?
correct.
Right, okay.
That's
good.
right. Yeah.
Yeah, so there's a couple of sources to get that good.
Yeah,
Excellent.
that's exactly right. Yeah.
Thank you.
So if a year from now, this balance is more like 5 or 6%, it will be because the town's chosen to do that.
Yeah, right, the numbers would become a little more difficult once you break the past patterns. Right?
Correct. Yeah,
But I'm sure you and Jen will figure out a way to show it to us.
we will try. Yes.
Thank you.
So a couple of words on capital planning, as well as stabilization. The capital improvement committee met this week, and did review several articles at that point. Their next meeting is confirmed for Wednesday, March 5th. They're expected to review the remaining articles that night, and there's a joint meeting the following night. So I don't expect we won't have our written report, but they should have completed all of their article reviews by then. So that'll go forward in parallel. For a while, it seemed like we were kind of ahead of schedule, but there was a meeting in early December that had to be canceled because of that Newbury report meeting, and then it just 7 weeks went by. And so we're kind of similar to where we were last year on that. But our capital program's in great shape. You'll hear that later tonight. So they're reviewing the expenditures as well as the overall CIP. We have fully migrated that to ClearGov, so I'll get into more detail later tonight on that. And the CIC report is due on or by March 17th, 6 weeks ahead of town meeting.
That report will be mostly focused on the warrant articles.
Correct.
Right.
Yeah, yeah, but sometimes like last year, they took a position that there ought to be 800 into stabilization instead of 600. So, you know,
Yeah,
but generally, yeah, it's just their ranking of product. So the estimated stabilization balance, this does account for the articles that were approved at the fall town meeting, as 1.57 million. The community compact policy recommends 15% of operating budget, or approximately 2.9 million in stabilization. However, we did confirm with our financial advisors, when the rating companies look at that, they're not looking at which stabilization, they're looking at all of your
right,
stabilization.
of course.
So, you know,
They're just different pockets of the same.
yeah, so I have a couple more slides in that, because I just don't want people to read too much into the fact that, you know, 1.6 versus 2.9.
So they add in school stabilization.
No OPEB, pension liability, yeah, so I go into a little more detail now. So this is the chart you've seen in the past, updated to the, you know, to reflect the closeout of fiscal 24. I want to be clear, these are all June 30, 2024 numbers. Some accounts have gone up, some accounts have gone down. So for instance, the stabilization fund showing 1.325 doesn't reflect the money that was transferred into that, because as of June 30th, it wasn't. Since I've been doing this chart, you know, the last 6 years, I like having that same moment in time, even though it's not today's balances. I've got from Jenny kind of today's balances. So some of these are higher, some are lower today. For instance, school stabilization is 200K lower because we drew from that. So this is not today's data. This is the year-end data, which I think is an appropriate kind of year-on-year comparison. And this is how we've done it. And because these are in practice, the accounts that are kind of readily drawn from for projects or costs, free cash, stabilization, water retained earnings, water stabilization, school stabilization. This summary does not include all stabilization balances. And so these numbers are also all fiscal year end. Pension liability had 420, OPEB had 2.8 million. And then the CPA accounts, there was about 600 or 60,000 in housing, 360 in historical, none in open space, and 3.3 million in CPA. So while there's significant strings attached and significant limitations on how those can be used, I just want everyone to understand that the total.
If you throw all those together, we're like 40 or 45%.
Well, so they wouldn't consider CPA, because CPA is restricted.
That's too restricted.
Yeah, but I have, so then I have this kind of line graph, which you've seen in the past, just updated. And then, but this is pretty cool. So we received the audit earlier this week. Was that yesterday? Or was this yesterday?
It was this week.
Yeah, it was
this week, but not yesterday.
2 days? And
Yeah,
there's a couple of days, so. So I want to read this because town really got strong marks. I figured if you can ace your audit, Jenny aced this audit. So all credit to Jenny. So I'm going to read this. Town continues to maintain strong reserves. Unassigned fund balance is approximately 4.9 million. This includes over 2.3 million in general stabilization. At 25% of general fund expenditures, this continues to be in the range desired by the ratings agencies. This actually came up on our conversation we had with Hilltop a couple of weeks ago, because it was a Standard & Poor's recently issued new guidance on that, and they're now looking for AAA rated communities to be at or above 20%. So,
And we're at,
well, according to the auditor, 25%.
Yeah,
It
right.
depends which one.
it depends on what you draw,
Yeah. But as far as the bond agencies are concerned,
and by the way, the
Yeah.
ratings agencies are probably more on top of what's good fiscally than some of the other guidelines that people put out there, like what the state publishes and all that. They're
Yeah.
not very nuanced. I mean, the ratings
That's right.
people are, you know, they know this stuff way better than even the state.
and it's much more dynamic, because
It's
they're.
much more
every
dynamic,
single
it
day,
changes
yeah.
over time,
Yeah,
right, exactly, yeah.
They go on to, talk about town's OPEB liability funded by planned assets in excess of 97%. This closest been to 100% since 2021, and the highest of any other towns or cities in the Commonwealth. According to our auditor, we haven't independently verified that, but.
According to the state.
No, you can go online and actually see
Yeah,
that,
yeah.
but we've always been really
We've
good.
always been in the top 10.
Yeah, and that's one that people resist doing, so
Yeah.
you see where a lot of communities, you can look and almost see who's at the bottom of the list, who doesn't take
Yeah, it
care
seems
of.
so hypothetical.
Yeah, exactly, so it's easy to ignore, and we don't ignore it, and
Right.
all accolades to Jen, but I think we have.
Well, really.
I think we also have to remember that there's been a fiscal attention by the select board that ends up, you know, and with the town manager, finance director, ends up at town meeting. And people have been supporting this type of fiscal strength, so I think we gotta remember that it goes all the way back down to the taxpayers
Mhm.
who have supported. Because this isn't easy to do, I mean, I read all the time, you guys know, there's a lot of communities that they avoid this, and then they're in trouble.
Yeah.
And so we do the opposite, we get ahead of it, so it's, I think, accolades all around.
Goes on to say, town's pension fund, part of Essex, regional, still trails other pension funds in the Commonwealth. However, the pension fund, has over $400,000. And town continues to address audit findings each year. It currently has addressed all prior year's findings. So we have confirmed, recently, just in the last, day or two, the audit will be presented at the February 27th, select board meeting. So that's something that obviously, that's not gonna be a posted FinCom meeting unless you choose to post it. The joint meeting is the 26th, but obviously the 27th, ends up being a big night as well with audit presentation. So normally that would have happened in November or December. There were some delays with the vendor. They had closed out their work here by mid-September. We were actually way ahead of the game, but then they lost a lot of time because one of their clients is Essex Regional. And,
Well, Essex Regional, their financials are important to our financials, so they can't do any Essex Regional clients until they have the financials.
So was there any,
Surprises.
any inkling as to what was going on with Essex Regional Retirement?
Make sure your pension's not an Essex regional.
Yeah, there's some rumblings, there were some issues, but they seem to be in better shape now, so they've had to do some work.
Yeah.
Only if it's the.
Yeah,
and,
there's not financial concerns with them, they may have some accounting issues. So I wouldn't be pulling money from pensions right now. No, I wouldn't do that.
I don't think we have an option.
I was gonna say, 31 years from now. What are you
Well,
talking
no,
about?
people who are retired do have an option.
That's what-
So, and then finally, articles review process will examine the appropriate balances per fund. That speaks to what you were saying about, you know, the multiple transfers that are proposed from stabilization to capital, from free cash to capital, and so forth. So we'll do a deep dive on that at a future meeting. Process ahead, select board referral, assuming that happens tonight, there are 4 joint meetings on the calendar, February 26th, March 6th, March 27th, and April 3rd. You know, we can always gauge if we need something more, but right now that's what's on the calendar. That'll include review of each section of the budget. I'll be working with Rob as early as tomorrow, you know, as soon as we can find a time, but no later than Tuesday. Let's meet it tomorrow, Tuesday, because I'd love to get those mapped out like we do every year and get all the department heads and board our sponsors all kind of on the calendar for ideally one of these 3 dates. And that would leave the April like follow-up, but, you know, we'll see.
Right.
Yeah, so.
And by the way, you know, I think, we haven't discussed it, but I think we're content sticking with the joints and working through it. You know, it's not our first rodeo on this, and so I'm comfortable going through it with the joints, and then you and I working as much as we can, and Jen, you know, outside of the meetings to facilitate it, whatever way, yeah.
Good, so, as we do every year, we'll work with the FinCom chair, scheduling reviews based in part on readiness, so if there's some moving parts in some sections, we tend to put those later in the process. Let's see, and you'll see when you get the complete budget, that'll include both the amounts I proposed, but also if there were differences with what the department head or the board commission committee came in with, you'll see that, and you'll be able to say, hey, why is this different? And you can dig into, you know, what you think. And then obviously it'd be a joint meeting with the select board moderator council, and the deadline to post the town meeting warrants. We're assuming it's gonna be Monday, April 14th. That will be 14 days ahead of town meeting. However, that is an assumed date. Later tonight, after the joint meeting, the select board's gonna be talking about dates of town meeting. The assumption is it would be Monday, the 28th, but because of the number of articles, it is expected that if it is the 28th, it would likely be a 2-night town meeting. We have put a hold on the Pentucket, middle high school gymnasium for both the 28th and 29th. But the other option the board may consider is Saturday, the 3rd. So it's gonna be one of those. So if town meeting, it goes back a few days, these dates will go back as well.
When are we discussing that?
Tonight,
Okay, great.
yeah. So that's the budget presentation.
Very nice, well done, thanks.
Thank you.
Yeah, I like the whole package that you sent out. I thought it was, very good. I think it was another step forward. Every year we seem to just get a little bit better at these things. And by the way, I've got 2 reams of the legal paper out in my car for you, so I promised Jim that I'd bring legal paper. I know it's a pain in the ass to buy cases of writ legal, but whatever.
It's gonna be a good backstory there, okay.
There's always a good backstory, John. So can I say something related to what I said earlier? Okay. And then,
This is your
you know,
meeting too, Rob.
yeah, well, yeah, it's everybody's meeting. So anyways, going back, you know, you've always had kind of a policy of non-education budget, the rest of town government budget coming in around 2.5. That's always been kind of the goal. And as I say, you know, your discipline in these matters will serve us well. And of course, what we have here is 2.9%, as what Angus has presented.
Oh, on the town side.
Yeah, on the
Yeah,
town
yeah,
side, on
yeah,
the town
okay.
side,
Yeah,
the
yeah.
rest of town government.
Yeah.
So to me, going back to the top down, you know, 2.5, great goal. To me, coming before seeing any numbers, under 3 was what I was hoping we could be looking at. So, I mean, it means that this is a good starting place, and it may be even where we end up. So this is great from that perspective. Then the rest of it is education. So the total operating of 4.2 includes the education, and the education, of course, you know, Angus does a lot of preliminary work and comes up with a good estimate. And that estimate may be important, but to some extent, we all have to realize that when you speak to the 2.5, education has this other cycle that they may be going through. And I think last year, they were only like 2% education. They were low last year. So that was good. So now I'm not surprised by an increase. In fact, 5% is lower than what I was fearing. So, I mean, we're starting from a good place. So this goes to the top down, the bottom up. They're not far apart in my mind. That's good news. I did want to clarify, I think it's great. We present the assets retirement fund going up 8.4%, but that's according to the schedules we've been maintaining. That's not a surprise number. And then I would just want to clarify the the taking out of 53,775 is also by plan.
Mhm.
That's not, we're not going in and pulling out more than we expected, so.
Correct.
So to
Absolutely.
me,
Yeah.
to make it simple, to me, the pension is going up 2.4%, that's the way I look at it.
2.5, yeah.
2.5, whatever, yeah,
Yeah.
right, exactly.
Yeah.
But I just want to clarify that, because it's not like we're bailing out the pension by grabbing
That's-
53, it's all by
absolutely
plan, so
Yeah.
that's great.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Any other comments or questions?
Actually, just one kind of side note on that, you may have noticed in the package material, we are recommending that the Water Commission support a transfer into their pension liability stabilization, which they have not done before. And we did talk that over on Tuesday, and they seemed very open to it. They appreciated the backup calculation that Jenny had provided with kind of the basis of the recommended 15,000. And so I told them once again that will only go on the warrant if the Water Commission votes to sponsor it. But I got a good feeling coming out of Tuesday's meeting that they'll start to kind of build up a savings back on that.
All right,
Will the 4.2% require any additional vote at town meeting, or just a standard vote? Because
You're thinking of, because it's larger than 2.5?
correct.
No.
No? Okay.
Not from us.
No, it's within our levy capacity.
Yeah, so you may want to explain that sometime, because that's a oblique concept, right?
It is.
That we have 2.5, but we haven't always done that, so we have some reserves, we can, not reserves, but you know what I mean.
Yeah, we have a greater levy capacity than our two neighbors, where they're kind of really bumping up against it. And there's excess headroom in ours that goes back really a couple of decades. So,
Yeah,
but yeah, we can.
again, you know, being disciplined and
Yeah.
how we went through everything, yeah. And the other towns were less disciplined.
or more challenges maybe.
Or they had more.
Well, you know, and I mean, just at one point, Groveland.
Was that a word?
At one point, Groveland actually approved an underride, which is highly unusual on a property and a half.
Did that too,
That they do, really? Oh, underrides.
because the other towns didn't pass their overrides.
Okay, so they have constrained their levy capacity. That happened many years ago, but the current administration continues to deal with that, and that is part of why things are very difficult.
So tight, yeah.
Yeah.
Seems so smart at the time.
Yeah, like pulling down that extra school building area.
All right, shall we move on to capital? Everybody good with the budget for now? Okay.
So, capital articles were all in the packet, so my plan with this section of the meeting is to not go into the details of the projects, because I know we'll get into that with the articles discussion, but I did want to showcase the ClearGov platform, because you've been hearing us talk about it for a while, and I think now is a good time to show you what that's all about on the capital side, where we really have made a big investment of time to do this, and we're very, very pleased with how it's worked out. So what we did, you guys have previously seen the kind of this thing here, with all the, so this is an Excel document with 135 tabs that are all linked to the kind of macro summary or the micro summary, and then linked to this like ultra summary. So maintaining that document is it's very meticulous. And so it served us well for the last 4 or 5 years since Wayne and I built it out, but it's definitely, creates a pinch point in the organization, and makes it difficult to adapt things nimbly, just because of the time it takes to, so that means in practice, we've really updated the capital program once a year, maybe twice, based
But
on.
it was very onerous.
Yeah,
very time consuming,
Yeah.
which means that you got other stuff to go on.
exactly, right, yeah, so, this fall and winter, we migrated everything in there to ClearGov. And, that involved just one at a time, kind of creating the project, uploading the photos, any other supporting files, getting the numbers right, so on and so forth. So what we now have and, is everything. Actually, I have it preset to show FY 26. I'm gonna just do everything. And so there's 120 projects in here, representing total cost of $50 million. This includes historical, so I can do,
Right, go
kind of
forward.
everything but historical. That's like 39 million. We built it, so we built this out not just for going forward, but we took the 5 years in this and built it out so we can also look backwards. And, so this, one thing we haven't done, you all know that, you know, in the Excel version, we've had everything up to FY 29 and then kind of FY 30 plus was just everything. So we haven't yet smoothed that out. But doing that in this is gonna be way easier than it would have been to extend the Excel thing and extend it in all 130 project sheets. So that was gonna take a lot of time.
Plus, this is something that other people can be working on at the
Correct.
same time.
That's the
But
key.
you wouldn't let anybody into your Excel.
Correct.
You?
You got that.
I would not.
No, I know when are you kidding me?
I let Elisa work
Okay,
on
you
it,
let,
Did you?
but she's in rare company. She has a mastery of Excel that I had no concern about. But yeah, you're right. So yes, cloud-based. So everybody in the organization, all the department heads who are involved with capital were given login, log in, they can log in. They can edit their projects, create new projects, all on a dynamic basis. So if Caitlin Barker, who's really like gotten very hands-on with this, she gets a new quote on like a tractor, she changes the number, clips the quote within the cloud. She doesn't need to email me, she doesn't even need to tell me, she probably will, just so I'm like, why did that number change? But it's very dynamic. We're pretty excited about it, and there's another feature that I'll show you that's orders of magnitude better than what we've ever been able to do before, but I'll get back to that. So this includes every request, again, this is all years, organized by type of project. It's a little different than how we've organized them. I think it's actually very logical. You've got your vehicles and wheeled equipment, roadway, culvert bridges. All of these categories were based on templates in ClearGov, but we were able to customize them. So they are exactly how we set them out, and it didn't include the ones that we didn't need. So for instance, there's a template on sewer projects. We obviously don't need that. And some of these, we've refined the verbiage to really match how we think about it. Water, other equipment, that's, you'll see in there a number of fire things, emergency gear, communications issue,
is the water department participating in this? Well, I mean, is the intent over time to
Yeah.
get them up and running on this? Because,
Yeah.
it's like a lot of places. I mean, Brian, with keeping tabs on buildings, I mean, there's what you have in your memory and there's what you have on paper. This is gonna make it easier for people to get it on paper and then not
Yeah.
forget about it.
Yeah, and Brian's been great. He
Oh, I'm
works
sure.
primarily through Caitlin. That's been the key, is now Caitlin Parker is supporting Butch and Brian, so like, they can mark it up on paper and she puts it in here and it's
I'd be
just like.
careful letting Brian have too much.
So then buildings and facilities, and this can all be changed like with the click of the button. So then we go funding source, and this will show. So this is really where this thing goes way beyond what we've ever been able to do. And let me just open a project and kind of show you how.
But the funding source is also gonna be integrated back into the financials.
Correct.
you can run scenarios of what you need to put in the table in order to draw it down.
Exactly.
Yeah, so,
So I'll show you, so this is septic system for town office and housing authority, just as a sample kind of out of thin air, penciled in for FY 29. Now I just want to show you how easy this is, so I can just click edit. Caitlin is kind of the owner of this, but I have edit permissions for anything. So this has within it, where's the money coming from? So right now it's penciled in for capital stabilization as the funding source. And I could just, it's just as easy as, so let's say I think this is gonna be 160,000. And let's say I say, no, I don't wanna pay it out of there, let's go, we'll pay that one out of the library trust fund.
Oh.
Just kidding.
Frank, calm down, calm down, just a joke.
But literally, if I go back and rerun it, that's gonna, it's that easy.
Cool.
It's
Right.
that easy.
And it goes
So-
throughout every place it has to go.
Correct, yeah, so it's really, I mean, as you can tell, I'm pretty charged up about it. Let me just remember to put this back out of library. But this is gonna really transform our ability to do the kind of projections, especially at the stabilization scale.
Yeah,
So,
Jimmy or Dan, what?
Yeah, I mean, everybody can't do what you're doing, right? It's all permissions based.
it's permission based, yeah, correct, so you can, but you can set up people as, so I'm in as an editor. Me, Max, Close, who I wanna credit Max, one of the things that allowed us to do this. Max had been looking for more responsibilities, he wanted to get more involved with things, he's very technical, he's good at things. And so in the fall, we modified his job description, and it's actually now part of his job to help me maintain the capital improvement program. So,
This is
not,
the assistant town clerk.
yeah, it's just town clerk.
Yeah,
So-
if anybody doesn't know Max, Max,
So that's really given me the horsepower that I needed to actually do what I wanted to do, but I just was never gonna have time, so.
this is great.
Nor interested in going back 5 years implementing.
Honestly, if I had nothing else to do, I'd probably, it's not, you know, but, no,
So
it's-
he's done
so, yeah, you can set people up as contributors and what it says, or contributors and then reviewers. So reviewers are generally counselors, committee members, et cetera, that have access to review the capital budget. They cannot edit capital requests, but they can add comments. So I could set you, and I had the same conversation with CIC on Tuesday. You set you guys up as reviewers. Then you could log in and say, this looks weird, what's this all about? So you can't edit it, but you can communicate through this and help us make it better. So it's pretty cool. We haven't played around with that yet.
So this also will help people when they wanna, for instance, discuss how much to put into stabilization. So when CIC says like, we'd like to go at 800, well, now you're actually looking at a lot of numbers, a lot of figures, they're all integrated. When you make a decision now, the context really isn't there, because you don't know what else is going on. So this is gonna kind of integrate someone who proposes we need to beef up stabilization. Well, we're gonna see how it rolls to everything,
Right,
including where free cash ends up being, et cetera. If we find ourselves drawing down too much, getting below that 25% that the bond rating agencies like, then we know that we might have to start raising money to do some of this, rather than thinking that we're got tons of money.
right, that's right.
So is there a graphic that shows the amount of capital for each year? Is that it?
So this shows the funding sources by year, and yeah, I could go to, let's see, I think there's a way that I could,
You said the amount of capital needs.
Yeah, so like in
Right.
FY 27, we know we need to put.
Right.
Yeah.
The way we're used to looking at it, except that, in the end, everything went to 1 year. and now,
Yeah.
right?
yeah, and there is still
You
some.
still have that.
You still have some of that, so for instance, it's showing in FY 28, that's carrying 3.2 million of water. I have no reason, so there's always that process of kind of working with the department heads on when are you really actually gonna do this?
Boy, 2030 is a big year.
Yeah.
Kick the can down the road. But also you can run them so that you're not you could run this so you're not including water in it, for instance.
Oh, yeah, oh,
Yeah.
absolutely, yeah,
So,
yeah.
let me ask you, it's related to what Wendy just asked, but the thing about it is that right now, our capital improvement list of
Yeah, actually,
projects.
sorry to interrupt, I just unclicked water. Look
Yeah.
what happened. No.
Yeah, right, so you gotta be careful how you look at something, but anyways, the point is that, the capital improvements list right now is really just known knowns. It's not necessarily an inventory of everything that you might get to in the
Mhm.
future.
Yeah,
So one of the things to keep in mind is that, you know, you can move to a place where you actually start loading in stuff that's not necessarily in front of someone right now. It's not a known, like paving of a parking lot. We probably don't have that in there. We know we're gonna have to do it.
Yeah,
That's
probably
what
half,
those
probably
are-
more than half of the capital items that are coming up on
Yes.
this particular town meeting
Yeah,
have come up in the last 6.
no,
Or sometimes
right, but that's exactly,
Weeks.
yeah, but that's
I was
exactly,
thinking of the 366, which was actually the last meeting, but that was out of the.
that's exactly to my
Yeah,
point.
yeah.
There's a point at which what you end up doing through some mechanism or means, and this is done all the time, but you then start doing the inventory of physical stuff that you own to make sure it's showing up someplace, or someone's decided we're not gonna do that again. And that's, your observation is totally correct. What we've been doing is, it's like, that's what I mean by known knowns. And it's fine, and sometimes known knowns happened last week. Oh, we better get to that roof tomorrow.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah, well, that's cool, right. So that's just my point, is that as we go through this and life has more people capable and stuff, then we gotta start seeking out how do you make everything known, which does get done. That does get
no,
done.
I get it, yeah, so one thing, I just pulled up to show kind of some of how it works, so one of the kind of template forms that, we built out is we've got computer software, computers and related equipment. So I met earlier this week with our IT vendor, Jake, and I walked him through all this, because we've been talking for years about our interest in having a multi-year, replacement plan for computers, for networks, for servers. And we've got like, but we don't have a document to point to. So I walked him through this, he was thrilled, and so he can be set up as a contributor and put in, because right now, every year we carry a certain amount for, those things. But we can get that in here, and you can name operating budget as the funding source. So this is where, again, there's this distinction we spend all kinds of energy on. Is it capital, is it not capital? It's a little bit of our artificial thing that we put in a lot of time and energy on that, but it's not always like logical. And just because something is not capital, like, I think we want to be getting where it's a fixed asset, a computer or a server, we want to get to where we're projecting that.
Oh, you
stuff,
need
just it's not
capital because of this
20,000.
20, you mean,
Exactly.
right, no,
But we don't want to have another committee reviewing every time we buy a
No,
computer,
no.
so it's like,
No more committees, no, but this is really important stuff.
Yeah,
Cause that ends that whole foolish debate of, well, you're gonna buy a new computer every year, so it's not capital. Well, no, you need to plan this stuff out
Yeah.
apart from other stuff. The other stuff like payroll is a whole different animal. What you're talking about is great, and the 20,000, it really can be totally misleading. We should have a schedule of computer stuff, irrespective of whether any of it is over 20 or not. It should be comprehensive. You wouldn't include floppy disks or stuff like that, but there's a point at which you need to know, not a laptop.
yeah,
They're not $20,000, but you need to have them in schedule.
yeah, over the course of 10 years, organization wide,
And oh, by the way, I would say then that you could also have those as part of a capital program.
Yeah.
That comes out of stabilization, not, I mean, then it's like, how do you want it, right, how do you want to
where
pay
do
it,
you want to
right,
pay
exactly.
for it? Right. So getting back to, I want to show one more thing on the dashboard, because I think this is pretty cool. So I'll again show, so request types, I'll go all request types, but I'll uncheck water. Apply, and I'm gonna say for years, all years except for historical, so just going forward. We're at 13.7 million. One thing you can do, so you just click this little, and then it breaks out to more detail. You can hover over any of these, get the details. You can download it. I mean, this is just phenomenal. And so where we have not yet gotten with this, and Jenny and I have been talking about it, you know, increasingly as tonight has approached, is how do we get this into the cloud to where it's on the web that anyone can view? Because that's something that we haven't yet done. I could set you guys up as like reviewers, and you could log in and do the same thing I'm doing within, you know, within the capital module. But the end game is to actually publish this to where it's on the web, dynamic, that anybody in the community can go view, and that's this is right now still a working capital plan. It's
Right.
not a published capital plan.
But also, the same stuff you're doing here with capital, you can do with other aspects of financial, right? I mean, Clear Gov is about more than just the capital, correct?
It is, but we have been running into some significant challenges on the operating budget side, which I don't want to go into a lot of that now. We have the operating budget. Everything I presented tonight is in here. And there's some things that really work well about this. But there's some things that are.
Well, I meant developmentally, not
Yeah.
right now.
Yeah.
Are we gonna end up there possibly?
We don't know, and this is something that gets a little bit into how we share information, because one thing that is clear is that we can't do both. We can't have something like this and also do the kind of paper packets and paper backup. Because one of the things, I'll give you an example, in the operating budget, when you know, let's say, so Corinne posts her budget in ClearGov. She uploads to that a couple of supporting documents, which you would be accustomed to getting in your packet. Those are in ClearGov. We can view them, we can download them. For us to download that, put it into a packet, send it, it kind of defeats the whole purpose. So I feel like it's gonna need to either be it's in the cloud and everyone's like getting their own backup, or we're gonna do what we've always done, because we just, it's otherwise the whole point of this, which was time savings, goes away entirely. And we've dealt with that because this budget cycle, we've been going through this, maintaining everything, but I'm still ended up presenting it in Excel, because I have much more control over that, and I'm able to, you know, control exactly how it's presented. And there's some other real challenges in the digital budget book, which is very enticing to us. This digital budget book is very, very slick. It's very cool, the end result. But to create a digital budget book, you have to include a lot of ingredients that we simply don't do. And, you know, I mean, whether that's, I mean, there's like probably 15 different sections that we don't do, and we don't have the bandwidth to do. And so it's a little frustrating to us because we have put a big investment in that. And we're not sold on whether that's gonna be worth it, because the point wasn't to take on something that would require like a half-time person year round to like manage. We don't have a budget director. So it's interesting, Jenny mentioned that they've made some changes to it, and that there's some things that are now required to use the budget book that weren't a couple of years ago.
Well, you used to be able to pull in the budget just with a single fund, so you could just,
Do the general fund, yeah.
now it's every fund, it has to be included in the budgeting. So if you're so we're not actually going out there and doing the CPA right now, or
Right, some of the other stuff, yeah.
funds. That's all in
Library
here.
fund, I mean,
Yeah,
everything, and so you can imagine the time it takes. Because this doesn't speak directly to our accounting software, Vadar. That's all gotta be ported in, and it's not just like click a button, it's like And so there's other things like, for instance, when, you know, I didn't include this column in this, but the year-to-date column, when you see the complete budget with the more detail, you're gonna see year-to-date figures as of February 11th, because I ran a report on Tuesday and keyed in all the figures, and there they are. That's gonna give you the most current information available in terms of where we are year-to-date. For us to put that in here, like they have numbers that we sent over, you know,
When I created the.
a couple of months ago when we started budget process. So there's things that as we work with it are like, you know, so I think where we are, the personnel budgeting, we have taken out of next year's operating budget because we've, after
Reach out to them.
hundreds of hours,
Yeah,
I mean, I don't know if you wanna, maybe at a future meeting, because
I didn't, I don't think we.
But anyway, we didn't budget for personnel budgeting, because that's just, we were chasing our own tail. There's a lot, we're a small organization, there's a lot of turnover with part-time dispatchers, with part-time this, part-time that, you know, people change. Stipends change, people had longevity milestones and they're paid, like, that happens all the time. And, you know, and so for Jenny and her small staff to, you know, effectuate that, like with the paperwork, put it into the payroll software, update the Vadar software, we update Excel to also get it in the clear, it's just like.
Yeah.
So personnel, we've kind of reached the point, it's just not gonna work for an organization our size. Capital, we couldn't be happier with. Operational, we haven't, you know, so as we go through the process, the next 6 or 8 weeks, there's definitely a chance we'll take that out of next year's finance department expense budget, which would be about $10,000. We haven't taken it out because we haven't given up yet, but we've put a lot into the operational budget and not yet really gotten any benefit.
Is that because you feel like you have to print out materials for us to review?
Well, not solely because of that. One of the things, I think a major thing is what Jenny mentioned of it's calling
For
for.
everything, you have to put everything in.
Yeah, let me just show you this digital, and I don't want to belabor this because I know we have a lot still to do, but when you look at the budget book, so just glance at this list and everything it says is mandatory. You cannot close out your budget book without populating all of that.
And they have to be real numbers, you can't.
Well, the minute you start having non-real numbers, you've undermined the whole thing. So this is like, you need a budget department. That was not the point of this. The point of this was to save time, so. It would be great, but. You know, we're a small team, so and this is not our only job.
This isn't unusual to find out when stuff just doesn't flush as well. Correct, yeah?
Yeah, I mean, this has got a lot of power,
Yeah,
right? Are there lower tier offerings that will give you some capabilities, but without all of the
The detail.
mandatory details that you have to populate? Because this looks like it's built for a bigger organization.
yeah,
That have,
Yeah, City of Cambridge.
slaves on and work.
right.
Not slaves, but.
I mean, when, you know, when we went through the, you know, all the, you know, we vetted this, you know, we had a number of meetings with them before we got the community compact grant, which funded the first year. And then it transferred over to our operating budget. It was represented that it was scalable. It was gonna be workable for small communities. They walked us through, gave us a lot of things, and it seemed really like click, 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 like, oh. And I think they were clear about things like importing data from Vadar was gonna be a, you know, a process. We don't key it in. Jenny runs a report, sends it to them, they key it in, and they've been responsive, and their customer service has been great. But I think this thing about, you know, there's things that as we've got further along, we're like running into kind of headwinds.
Right.
And our focus is we gotta deliver the budget on time.
Right.
So it's kind of at some point, so I mentioned to Jenny earlier this week, I'm like, I created a safety net. Like, I was, you know, worked late and just built out, because all the data was in here. I didn't start creating the Excel budget until Tuesday. Because it was like, and the same thing happened last year. It was like Saturday before the Monday budget presentation. I was like, I can't count on having something in ClearGov that's ready to go. So I just put it all in Excel, and it took me like no time. I'm very good with Excel. I like it. It's
To Dan's question, when you explain to them the difficulty you're running into, they haven't come back and said.
we haven't got, a lot of this is very current.
Okay,
Yeah.
good. So,
Yeah.
so we don't know. You're in the process of it. We don't know.
Yeah, I think that's.
Sorry,
exactly-
third year with an hour or second year?
We're in the second year, and the grant funded portion's done, so it's really up to us whether to continue.
Right, but it's always been kind of, it's not your main financial that you have to pay attention to. So it's been a project type of thing
Correct.
where you're trying to bring it in a soft opening, if you will,
Yeah.
not a hard opening, like we gotta make this work by next month.
Well, it's not our accounting software.
Yeah, exactly, right. It's not your accounting
Yeah.
software. This is, you're trying to find the way to do, I mean, it's great that capital works so well.
Mhm.
There may be something else out there that will,
We can keep the capital a lot like just
Yeah,
on its own.
yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
so, if you found something that integrated with Vadar,
yeah.
you know,
Vadar does have a budgeting module, which I have not personally explored. Have you?
Not in detail. I mean, it's bland. I think it's probably utilitarian, but
which isn't necessarily.
which doesn't really advance on what we have been doing, so.
Anyway, so.
So anyway, I think enough about that, but just one final thing, this that you're looking at, this is all of the capital projects. I did include, this paid school rear entry, even though it's below 20, because that's been in the capital program for years, because we thought it was gonna be more than 20, so I left it in here, even though it's not technically capital anymore, but just so the numbers don't exactly tie, but basically everything's in here that's completely, in sync with what you received.
Yeah, this debate about capital. So, to my perspective, there's concrete assets, things that you replace or repair. I'm reminded, I mentioned to some people, when you have a large condo association, they, for instance, in their reserve study, which their reserve study is really a replacement study. And basically it's, what are the things that are physically you have that you're going to be replacing, when you're going to replace them, how much? That to me is what we should be thinking about, not this $20,000 thing that.
Yeah. Your fixed assets inventory.
Yeah, right, it's your fixed assets, and then there's a point which you say, I'm not gonna keep track of certain things just because there's too many of them, they turn too quickly. There's always a point where, you certainly, your light bulbs aren't part of that, but the light fixture is, but if you're replacing a socket, you don't include that, that's, anyway, so I think you're on the right path here, that it's fixed assets, it's hard things that you can touch, and that should be what we're working towards budgeting. I would be excited to do nothing more than accomplish this the way that you seem to be headed.
Yeah, one cool thing, like this Lucas device, this came in kind of right under the wire as a warrant article. It wasn't on my radar. It's a great initiative, great, but we hadn't known about it till it was dropped off, I think on last Tuesday, like 2 days before the warrant closed. So, but it came in and we're like, oh geez, 20,000. Well, geez, technically it's capital, so we probably do. But the cool thing I want to show you is in the warrant article request we got from the fire engineers, it said it's going to need to be replaced in about 10 years. So when Max built this out, he went ahead and built in for
Yes,
2036.
Thank you.
If we buy this, we're going to need to buy it again. We haven't done that for all of them, but that's
Yeah.
like where we're going.
Absolutely,
So,
absolutely.
I have a question, is this on the capital, does it include any of the big ticket items that we've been talking about, like, for example, under buildings there, a new school? Or
Not
like,
a new school, but it does, I'm sorry,
I don't know, well, I'm just gonna give one other
Like a
example.
page school study, like that.
Yeah,
Right.
and the other thing I was gonna say was that you know, under roadways, you know, like, the resiliency for River Road, you know, like that, those are gonna make those 50 million, you know. But that, I don't even know if that's included, that's considered capital, but is that none of that is, I'm assuming, in that number, right?
But not, no, because we don't yet have numbers.
Right.
So, but yeah, so for instance, with the page conditions assessment, that identifies a number of investments that will need to be made, and as we go through that, if the community decides we're gonna be a paid school for the next 50 years, every one of those is gonna be defined as a capital project.
Well, in fact, there are a number of things that we'll be looking at this meeting as capital items that are for page, and they're, like, you gotta do this no matter what.
Right.
Even if you only have the school for another 5 years, you need to do that.
Right, but I think Jim was talking,
So some of those things have already migrated
Right.
into the capital
Yeah.
program.
some of them have, but some of the larger things that we've been expecting to possibly have to deal with can't be, because like Angus says, we're not there quantifying them yet.
Yeah. But for instance, like the corridor study earlier tonight, obviously the hope is that the state's gonna adopt some of those and carry them forward. But if the community decides it doesn't wanna wait around for intersection X or crosswalk X, and it wants to put its own money toward that, we could put that in. We could even put that in and define the funding source as state funding. So you can, it's really as much time as you put into it, you can, you're basically modeling the.
Yeah, exactly,
Yeah.
which is great. That's-
Yeah.
Any other questions on capital stuff? No?
And move on.
Yep. Number 3, overview of proposed town meeting warrant articles. So we have the list here. What do you want to get out of this discussion, Rob? I mean, we don't want to dive into anything, right?
I know, I thought it was a great format. I really appreciated this. It seems like it's a great point of departure. I would just wonder when, it leads to your question, when are we gonna start taking, Angus, when do you anticipate we're actually gonna start on some of these things like we always do, which is pick them up and see if we are comfortable with what's being presented?
So the 26 is gonna be full of article reviews. Anything sponsored by anyone other than the select board or my office, we wouldn't get into in detail tonight because that's not.
And 26 is solely us, right?
Yeah, but I think you guys are gonna post, what is it? Yeah,
Yeah.
it's your meeting.
But yeah, it's all about you.
Yeah. You'll have to gavel that.
No, what I meant by that is, you guys aren't gonna be coming out of executive session.
No.
Going into- So we could do like a 3-hour meeting, right?
Yeah, that sounds great.
That sounds great. So anyway.
Yeah, you're short night.
On this side, we're overjoyed, Ron.
If you guys wanted to dive into this, we printed the scorecard, so if there was anything that's sponsored by either this board or my office that you want to get into tonight, you could, because all the key people are here. Anything sponsored by others will be scheduled in conjunction with them, so they know when it's gonna be taken up and they can be there.
You know what my initial thought is that it would be nice for us to discuss these things in the manner that you presented it and maybe discuss a little bit about what to expect from each of them, as opposed to diving into the related details. So for instance, you could explain a little bit about the PEG fund appropriation, the stuff that we know, the election warrant, the board committees reports, the school stabilization drawdown we're all familiar with, although I have a question as to how much longer are we gonna be doing that? Are we getting towards the end? But if you wanted to, just go, I think we should just go through it from an overview type of.
That
This is
might
the
take a
first,
while.
it will, but no, let Angus just go through it. Why, what do you think?
I'm just saying, maybe if there's specific articles that people have questions on, that might be a better.
Sure, yeah, and right, so
58 articles, 3 hours, just over 3 minutes per one.
So I think if Angus did on this, what he did prior, he could probably go through this really quick.
I've been talking a while and I don't wanna talk at you guys all night. I don't know.
Well, for instance, Coffin Street culverts.
Yeah.
You got two places you're gonna wanna put culverts, they're
Yeah.
engineered, they've been surveyed.
Yeah,
Certified letters are going out, scared the shit out of me, I don't like getting certified letters, because of other stuff going on in my life. But, you know. So, I think Andrews could go through quickly
yeah, we
on
can
each
give an
item.
elevator pitch on.
Yeah.
About any one of these.
Yeah, and then let's see if there's any questions. I mean, I'm interested in JPEG, PEG or whatever it is, I'm interested in PEG. Cause I keep wondering whether there's money that goes to our benefit, because of the revenues that come in. You know, how do we use that? So whatever, I don't know.
All right, does the rest of the FinCom want to hear about?
I'm saying that.
Well, we're not gonna vote on it tonight.
We're not.
No, I just don't want to double talk about it.
The other thing that I thought would be helpful, just to bring us all up to speed on the Pentucket, the Page School capital funds that are being requested, because there's several projects there.
Mhm.
And then, you know, the nature of what's going on with Page School, or that's directionally going. And then, Angus, your presentation on Clear Glove had that huge bar graph going to the right in 2030 on the water budget
Yeah.
numbers. I assume that's getting some granularity, or did you just?
Oh, that's just because we haven't, all we did was migrate, the Excel in. So because that doesn't go forward 10 or 20 years, we haven't smoothed that out. So, you know, the focus has been 26 and proofing that everything migrated was correctly migrated.
Yeah, so from 29 to eternity is all shown in 2030.
It's gonna be a big year.
Yeah, so that's gonna be a matter of working really with the water commission on getting more like, because this is not a 5-year or a 10-year. That's all their water main replacements. And, you know, we haven't been able to, you know, pin down, is that like over 20 years? Is that over 30 years? Is that over 10 years? They wouldn't have the bandwidth even to do it if it was 10 years. So yeah, that FY 30 is not, I mean, that's like.
All right.
So do you anticipate water instruction this year?
We don't have a plan to give any.
Okay, so, could you talk?
Right, isn't that what we discussed?
Yes, no, I'm
Why
laughing,
are you laughing?
because Ralph's gonna stop being go through each one.
I know,
I'm not gonna go through each one, I'm gonna give you mine.
By groups. So anybody have any questions on the recurring articles? The first 13,
Peg.
Peg. Do you wanna take that, Angus?
Sure, so up until, was it just last year, we could put this back on
Right.
this is supposed to have been on every spring warrant. It wasn't for a number of years. Last year, we realized that was, required. So we have, I won't say traditionally, because it's just been the last few cycles. We have invited the cable advisory committee to recommend what it feels should be allocated from PEG, and that sets the cap on what can be expended from that account over the course of the year. Last year, they provided a number, that was the basis of the warrant article, but there really wasn't like a budget.
Right.
And so this year, partly related to the warrant article, partly because we have license agreement coming due with Verizon in September. We have asked them to provide a 5-year projection of what they feel they would need. They have done that.
Great, yeah, I like that.
That has not been
What?
agreed to, that is their.
No, I like
Yeah.
the fact that they're putting
Yeah.
stuff in writing to react to,
Yeah,
as opposed to, say, the park department, which
right.
never did anything, but go ahead.
So, so they set out a number, but that number doesn't reflect this board's proposed
Yeah.
number. So there's kind of an ongoing process with the cable advisory committee. Wendy's at all their meetings, I'm at just about all their meetings.
But you're gonna sort that out,
One way or the other.
one way or the other, right, and we're gonna start seeing stuff to talk about as it relates to that. Whereas, like you say, in the past, there was really,
Yeah, so, I mean, the challenge we have is that there's no vision for what that.
yeah, exactly.
And so.
Right.
Really, it's the select board that needs to approve what the vision is,
Yeah,
and so, yeah, there's a little bit of a.
Yeah, but one thing, town council, we've been working with a little bit with regard to the cable license agreement. And he's told us unambiguously, those type funds are under the select board's authority,
Cool, great.
period. Unless the select board delegates that
Right,
authority
right.
in writing.
Right.
So,
And it appears in the past, that it was kind of like off to the side, forgotten about, not attended to. That,
it was attended to, but not in a highly public way, I mean, unless you went
Yeah.
to CAC meetings, which didn't happen
Yeah.
for years, so. Yeah, no, that's not wrong,
good,
yeah,
so we're having a good dialogue.
Yeah.
That's great.
yeah.
School stabilization,
So,
Yeah.
do you happen to have the balance?
Uh,
You had emailed it to me.
I didn't print it out, if
Okay.
you want me to go read
no,
it.
just in general,
Yeah.
are we 1 year away from using it up to
There's
years?
2 years, so it's
Yeah.
about 400.
About 454,
Yeah.
I think is about the current.
And that was intended to cover some of the stuff related to the construction of the new high school.
That's right.
So a couple of years.
Yeah, so you could do 2 more years at 200 and then,
So that,
yeah.
But
So-
I mean, shouldn't we consider maybe continuing to transfer money into that to pay for Whittier and?
is that what you're doing here?
I mean, I think it's worth discussing, yeah.
Yeah,
I think it's worth discussing when we discuss, stabilization, free cash, absolutely. You know, it's just like pension, in a way, it's like pension. In a way, we should have covered our costs ahead of time.
Right.
We should have covered our costs, theoretically,
Yeah.
we should have covered, like with pension, we're covering our costs ahead of time. With the school, we set aside a certain amount of money, but in fairness, we could have put aside more money, so that's to your point.
So there's 2 separate articles. There's a proposed drawdown from school stabilization. There is a separate article which is proposed to put money into for the reasons, whether that's Page, Whittier, otherwise.
Yeah.
We haven't got an amount here, so that's all gonna.
No,
These are all gonna.
this
shake
is
out.
exactly the type of conversation I was
But
hoping we'd have.
that's never gonna fully pay for the, all it's gonna do is flatten the curve. and-
Yeah, right,
the rate of
exactly,
increase.
yeah,
Gonna
yeah.
flatten the rate of increase.
Right, and of course, no one's gonna wanna pony up all that money related to that, right.
We talked about it a while ago when you were here, and said
Thanks,
that,
Jim.
you know, we did probably coming at us for the project at some
Yeah.
point, and.
So that,
too,
great.
so.
Great, so one is the drawdown that Jenny answered for, the other is this broader thing that might go to Whittier, it might go to Page, it might go to whatever.
Yeah.
Great, that's fine by me. If we want to move on, then the whole concept of finally getting stuff over the capital stabilization so that Nathan Kelly can rest easy, or whoever it was that rightly pointed out,
Yeah.
that, we're bifurcating it. We're gonna leave some in general stabilization, which then we can have a discussion about what that's for. But in the meantime, luckily, we're moving stuff over to capital, which is great. And Angus has already taken some capital planning, so you're gonna run some numbers on how much you feel comfortable moving from each of those.
Yep.
And we'll expect free cash to end up going down because of that, but that shouldn't be alarming, it's just a different pocket,
Correct.
okay?
So on capital, number 21 has been withdrawn.
Yeah.
So this was a feasibility study to expand the library as well as town hall.
Yeah,
But what we're gonna do instead is form a working group, internally with
right.
library trustees, staff members, member of the select board, to try to figure out what the scope of this is,
Yeah,
with the intent of putting this back on in the fall.
yeah, which is great, because, they have needs there, and it would be wonderful to augment that.
And I found out yesterday that this, as well as the actual work, is eligible for CPA funding, so.
Cool, nice, right, wonderful,
Well, can you, that's eligible for CPA because under short
Yes,
or, okay.
Rehabilitation.
yeah, right, I saw in the packet, there was the whole thing of where you can use the various funds.
Particularly
rehab,
down hall.
which is great.
So that's when everyone can just cross off for this cycle, but expect it to fall.
Right, more on that. The first 3 capital ones, and I don't know if you wanna get into water retained earnings right now, but the first three capital ones aren't the type that I wanted to talk about, because we can look at those very specifically as they're presented.
I will just say very briefly on the culverts, that cost is going to go down based on some policy direction the board set a week ago tonight regarding the sizing and construction methods of one of the two. One of the two culverts, the more expensive, the 284, that is going to go forward as proposed. The other one that was proposed, 204, both of which, by the way, include a contingency. That is likely to come in more in the $30,000 to $40,000 range.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay, so which one's closest to my house?
That one.
The little tiny one, the little tiny one.
So, should I warn Mike
Yeah,
again?
actually, we were just gonna run it over yourself.
If you want the fancy one, you get benefits on your property.
Right. So that'll be interesting. Gary, by the way, used to do a good job of lowering costs too, but, you know, we'll see how that works.
No, all credit to Butch on this.
Okay,
It's
good.
really been a team effort, but yeah, he's.
No,
There's a lot of detail.
Whatever you guys are doing a great job at DPW, so the HVAC again, to me, is not one, to specifically, I mean, to me, that's the type we can look at. So I was more interested in whether there's anything else that you guys want to take up specifically in capital
Well,
right
Dan,
now.
I think you'd asked about the page.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, those two things on the page.
Yeah.
But I guess the overall question is, these are short-term fixes, right? That you need to do to just keep it going.
Yeah, I
Or
mean,
long-term.
anything we did is probably 5 years, 10 years out.
Probably 10,
Yeah, so we've got to keep it running. you know.
Yeah, gotta keep it running,
Yeah.
And so this one here in particular is one that, you know, we told Pentucket back, and they've been really right at the table at this, conditions assessment, but we told them coming into this cycle that we're really only looking for things that were public safety, or, yeah, like safety related, or or things that you're gonna need to do anyway, just because of the time it would take to make a change, so this,
And doesn't this one translate to a new building anyways, or no?
no.
No, okay.
No. But this is, and this came up at the meeting Tuesday that Russ and Rick were part of with Capital. This really is two projects. They're presented as a single project, but it really is two different things. One of which is definitely required to meet certain regulations in terms of E911 and you know, we'll go into detail, but the other, the PA upgrades is not technically, you know, required. It is something we support and I think is important, but I just want to be clear, those are really two different projects, and that's why in your packet, you have two different quotes.
Yeah, we're 10 years away from abandoning that school.
Yeah,
I mean, so we shouldn't we shouldn't be looking at this as a short-term.
Yeah.
You know, environment. We're not really in a short-term environment up the page. You know, if we decide to build a new. Anything else on that list?
I actually had a couple of questions on the paid school projects, but I don't want to take up time now because we'll go through it when we spend detail. I just thought that total stripping and refinishing the gym floor, you know. I'd have to look at the floor to see what kind of condition it's in, but we do ours, you know, once every 3 years. And it's not a total stripping and repainting and refinishing, and it's like 2,500 to 3,000 every 3 years.
Yeah, there's a story there, but you're right, yeah, that's what we probably, there's a 20-minute or half-hour explanation of that probably.
Yeah, I don't want to do it now, but
I mean, so Jonathan Seymour was at the CIP.
Yeah, we're gonna examine all of these things. Myself, I'd like to get just a general thing, because I think the reason I want to do it this way is also, we have another question of what are we gonna present and when we're gonna present it? You know, this is another lengthy meeting. Are we gonna commit to 2 nights? How do you structure it so that you're presenting in a way that makes sense, given the audiences that may or may not show up? So I was kind of hoping at the very end, we could discuss how we think we're going to, you know, what's gonna be on the special, what's gonna be on the annual, whether the stuff that could just go to a second night and be done with it or whatever, so.
Yeah.
That's what I was hoping to get to.
All right. You wanna talk about 28 or just,
Yeah,
okay, so this was submitted as a CPA project, but yesterday I also learned that, the OSRP is not eligible for CPA funding. So, because we already approved that at the fall town meeting, we're thinking of, we've got to, we're gonna keep this in and have different funding than CPA, and that's gonna cover, what will be incurred before the end of this fiscal year. Because we have submitted, or requested quotes from contractors to get started on it. It's due by December 31st.
And what's this for again?
The open
Open space
space, sorry,
plan.
using the acronym, the open space and recreation plan has to be updated every 7 years, it's due by the end of the year, so we don't want to slow that process down, so this is kind of a.
So it's not gonna be CPA funding?
No,
No.
and in fact, it's gonna be more than what was requested at 10, it's, probably enough to cover the whole thing, or.
because the amount in the fall that was appropriated for CPA, we now know we can't use.
Oh, got it, yeah, got it.
Is that like 25?
25, yeah,
And what are we looking for? We know that's gone, it rolls back.
Correct,
Right.
correct, yes, so that'll come back to CPA, so the RFQ, and it's a very thoughtful RFQ, really nice, thing went out, that is due, the proposals are due back February 21st. So by the time you meet on the 26th, we certainly won't have selected a vendor, but we'll know what the pricing is and whether it's 25 or whether it's something more than that. And then after February 21st, I figure it'll take at least 2 to 3 weeks to select a vendor, interviews and all that. So we'll have a true number by, early to mid-March.
I thought there was a conversation about the open space committee not doing as much of the work so that number could grow, is that?
that was the thought with this, supplemental.
So it's gonna be 25 plus something.
Well, what
we'll see.
what we did in the RFQ, we said our budget's 25. Tell us what you can do with 25. If you think to do what we're asking for is gonna benefit from more than that, tell us what you think that would be. So for instance, the scope calls for more meetings than I think are gonna be supportable in a $25 million budget. So they may come in, the consultants may, we can deliver what you want for 25, but we can't go to 15 meetings. That's we wrote it in a way that really invited them to say, tell us what you do for the budget and tell us what you think we really need, and then we can decide.
But the 25 is the baseline, because you have to offset the CPA funding.
Correct. Yeah, that's accurate, yeah. Yeah, that's right.
We got some tricky ones there, Ash
Yeah,
Street
yeah.
and Break Hill.
Yeah.
I don't know,
Do
tricky.
you want an overview of those, or?
Well, I think people should be acquainted with what might be on the table for discussion. That's what I think is, that's my objective. Yeah.
Go Angus. I'll do break hill, you can do it.
All right.
If you have the shirts on.
Yes, you
It
did.
is what it is, no.
Okay,
Yeah.
so, in the late 60s, the town was creating its first assessing maps.
Before we move on.
A property was misdescribed. It was actually on the other side of the street, up the street. Several years later, that property that was misdescribed went into tax title. Tax foreclosure began in 1973. For reasons that we don't fully understand, it took almost 30 years for the land court to approve the taking. But in 2002, the land court approved the taking of the land. The description of the land misdescribed the land. It was not the land.
Not only was it not the right piece of property, but it was then misdescribed further.
Correct. So there were 2 errors. One was in the early 70s or late 60s. The other was in the early 2000s. The land that they thought it was actually acquired by the US government in the 40s or 50s as part of the Parker River Wildlife Refuge, and subsequently transferred to the Department of Fish and Game. Fish and Game last year was audited by the US government to account for all of the land that was conveyed to them. And in the course of their due diligence, they figured out that this parcel, which was shown in the town assessing records as owned by a private party, was in fact owned by the state. And had been given to them by the feds. The private party, so the town sold the land at auction in 2003 to a family who bought it and paid good money for it. And in the subsequent 21 years, paid taxes on it.
But they did not build a house on it, thank God.
It's undeveloped. So this has required hundreds and hundreds of hours of staff time and legal time. Title research and so forth, because there were actually 3 parcels that were incorrect.
Two more easily.
2 of them were relatively easily resolved because they were owned by, they would continue to be owned by the town, one by the select board, one by the Concom. So last, I think it was March, both the board and the Concom approved transfer deeds, releasing any interest they had or might have had in those parcels. So those 2 were resolved. Those are now back in the state's ownership. The third one was much more complicated for a lot of reasons. So they've been paying taxes on it for, 21 years. This was something we've been kind of chipping away at over the course of many months. But I will say it was not a front burner issue. It was something that had been, 50 years old. And, but in August, it became a front burner issue when the owner of the purported owner of the property passed away. And this property is named in his estate as an asset, which is now in probate. Gets more complicated because the owner and his former wife, who had purchased the property, were divorced in 2022. And as part of the divorce settlement, she was ordered by the court to convey her interest in the property to him. She never did that. So we had the unfortunate task of sending a letter to the estate in late August. Once we got, so this had been some emails, some meetings, in-person meetings with Fish and Game. They had sent us hundreds of pages of deeds, stuff like that. So in August, I said to them, so they actually brought it our attention that this was now part of a probate filing. They said this property is named as an asset in a probate filing that's currently before the court. We really can't, we got to get this resolved. So I said, I need something better from you than just assertions. I need you to send me them. And so they did. So toward the end of August, they sent a letter, 3-page letter with all kinds of attachments that specifically asserted that they owned it. Because up to that point, it had been more like, we think this is wrong. But this was the first time this was very clear. And we had had counsel involved, but this was when we had this is when we really started digging more and had title research and so forth. So we wrote the letter to the estate in late August that initiated a dialogue. We basically said, we're very sorry for your loss. We're very sorry to have to bring this to your attention at a time of grieving, but it looks like the property you purchased from the town in 2003, you might not own. So we've been working with them for the last 6-7 months. We've had a number of conversations, Zoom meetings, and they've been very, very good to work with. But obviously they are aggrieved. They, didn't do anything wrong and paid a lot of money to the town over the course of a lot of years. So we tried very hard to, one more point. So in sometime around mid to late October, I think it was, we got conclusive opinion from our town council that they agreed that the town had never in fact had title to this property and therefore could not have conveyed it because the town didn't own it. So we've basically been in discussions with the estate about terms of potential settlement. Prior to going there, we did make a very concerted effort to find another resolution. Senator Tarr was very helpful to us in brokering a meeting with the commissioner of Fish and Game. And so we had a lengthy meeting, Wendy and I were part of it, very substantive meeting, we were very well prepared, we had all our ducks in a row. And a very specific proposal to, we were suggesting if we could convey a parcel to the state that was of comparable conservation value to this parcel, would they be willing to consider releasing their interest in the property to the estate? They really can't do that as a matter of law. The land was purchased with federal money. It's protected by Article 97, which is conservation land. It would literally take an act of the legislature to change that. It would require a MIPA filing. It would require no fewer than 4 appraisals, because there have to be an appraisal of the property, an appraisal of the comparable property, and peer reviews of those appraisals. And after all of that, there has to be a finding that taking that action would be in the public interest. They can't do that practically, legally, and basically their position is they were never not the owner, so why would they? And we couldn't help but agree with that. So that's when we said, we have to work this out directly with the estate. And so, like I said, we've been working with them. There are terms that are currently under discussion between the board and the estate. We're not prepared to get into the amount tonight, but that is something that will be, I think we are, seems like we're on the same page. We had a meeting with them, about 2 weeks ago, 2 or 3 weeks ago, and but nothing's yet been kind of formalized. The mechanics of that, they would need to sue us, and we would then need to settle that. So that is the approach that we're taking. But the idea is to first agree on what the settlement would be. Then they would initiate litigation, and we would approach the court jointly to propose a settlement.
And is your, and, oh, go ahead.
No, you go ahead, please.
Is the amount that's gonna, it's currently to be determined, obviously, but will that include legal fees, or is that just the settlement amount in your mind? Angus?
I think we can talk conceptually.
Yeah, we can talk, yeah, so what the board has proposed is to make them whole for what they paid for the property, for all the property taxes, applying an interest to that to bring it up to the current, and reasonable attorney's fees that they've incurred since receiving our letter in August. So obviously not to do with the estate and all of that, but anything to do with resolving this matter, we feel they should not be financially responsible for that. So they would, as part of a settlement, they would give us an amount both to date and projected, because they'd have to file suit and all of that. So it's a significant amount of money.
So in theory, it would be the amount they paid for the parcel plus the annual taxes plus.
Adjusted for interest,
Okay.
yeah.
Plus
Yeah,
the
so there's no like damages or anything, it's just.
Right.
strictly-
Right. It's pure math.
Plus reasonable attorney's fees.
Right.
And how big is the parcel? What's it currently being used for?
7 acres.
No.
Developed.
Here's another curiosity,
Here's
the
another-
parcel is listed as one, the
Oh,
town
right.
sold it as different acreage, it's just insanity how this ever got.
Yeah, so it's about 3.4 acres, but it was described in the assessors maps as more like 7 acres.
But the point is, it's not a house lot.
No.
So
Do we know why they bought?
Well, so I
Who
talked to
walked the dog?
yes, the walk-
Going way back, but.
yeah, no, I talked to the then finance director who was involved with all of this, and she had a very clear recollection of the auction. And the auction was actually covered in what we found, I think 3 different newspaper articles back in 2002, 2003 that covered all of this. And yeah, Tracy Blaze had a very clear recollection, and she said, when they came, put in their bid, they were the only ones who put in a bid, and they said they lived nearby at the time, they had a house up the street. And it was gonna be open space to walk their dog,
And it wasn't much money.
$42,000 in 2002,
2002?
so not a small amount of money.
Nice little dog park,
This is not a story you can make up.
No,
and there's something latest to it still.
I was gonna say, it literally every week we would peel back and.
Peel back.
there for
Yeah.
months.
And they don't live in town anymore,
No,
Well, he's dead, so he doesn't live anymore.
Doesn't live anywhere.
It's scary to think about this discussion at town meeting in a way.
well, I know.
Yeah, right.
Not really, because this is not a problem that anybody here created, this is old history we're trying to solve, and it's a very
Yeah,
reasonable.
but it's also,
Yeah.
it's also the longest we've talked about anything in this. It's the thing that people sink their teeth into. It's just like, this is great. This is a great story for people. This thing should go on for a long time.
You actually did it, that was very succinct.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, but it's still, I think that this is the type of thing that people get interested in.
We have been working to distill this to a 3-slide deck. And we're still working with the board to make sure what we put out is suitable for public.
Right.
So number one is say, we don't own it, number two is we sold it, number three is we gotta fix it. That's it.
Great.
Hopefully Great Hill Terrace is not as complex.
I've
as
got
this.
a pretty
It's
good
not as complex.
But let's move along.
Yeah, so
Get to the easy one.
Great Hill Terrace is a private road that has been maintained with town funds. So the DPW plows it, there's been some, like the road was paved by the town. So, you know, when we realized this, we notified the residents on Great Hill Terrace that we would continue to plow it for this year, but that we need to resolve this. So, I mean, Angus and I met with the residents to talk through this. It was their understanding of at least one of the residents that it was a private road, but that the town would maintain it. And their position is the mail's delivered there, the town paved it, you know, they feel like it. If you looked at the article, I mean, the situation is, our attorneys have told us that the town, I mean, we're in a butter on one entire.
Well, that's an
road.
important point, yeah.
Yeah, so we are in a butter as well.
So we
You know,
own
Chris-
Craven property, we own on half of the road.
It abuts hard to the Craven at that little beaver pond down there. So we bought Craven, they're claiming we now own to the center line of their subdivision road.
Well, our attorneys have said that, and Chris disagrees with them, so I'll just move on, we'll accept that.
Well, I got a simple solution to it. If at the end of the day, that's the stance everybody's gonna take, the town will pay for our 50% as soon as the abutters put up their 50%.
So that's one of the things we're discussing, but before we can even get to that point, we need to know how much it'll cost to bring it up to town standards. So this article is to just.
Can you bring it up to town standards from the standpoint
We don't know.
that you need to be, I don't know how it
We
is.
don't need to have a turnaround, we.
You don't,
Right, but I think, well, we've talked about it.
okay,
So that's what this article is
Yeah.
for, to just do the engineering to see how much it would cost to know if we wanna bring it up to town standards.
oh, okay. That's-
But I personally feel that we are in a butter on one side, it's access to Great Hill, you know, just hiking.
Mhm.
So I think it would be in the town's best interest to. bring
Is it
up-
access, do you foresee, for instance, an extension into that property that might,
Well, there is access right now, there's a trailhead on Great Hill Terrace on
Okay.
private property where people park to use the town land. I would, if we're gonna do this, I could foresee making. a
When you
park-
said on private, the trailhead is not actually on town.
But people park on Great Hill
Oh,
Terrace.
yeah,
which is
okay,
yeah, yeah,
right, okay.
I would like to make an actual park.
right, exactly, so.
Further up the road that would allow, because right now, if people are parked to use the trail, fire truck cannot get up.
Right, right, so there may be, and, yeah, this is really unfortunate, goes back again to
Mhm.
distant days when, you know, things weren't necessarily done the right way, but, you know.
Or
one-
they were done with the best of intentions, but.
Or whatever,
paving the road.
but it wasn't the right way,
Yeah.
so that's for sure. But on the other hand, in general, in town, when people build out houses. And the right way is you tell them how to construct a road that can be acceptable, and that's what was not done the right way. But on the other hand, we've got citizens who, in good faith. Have houses sitting someplace where if we could bring up the town standards, then, you know, then the question is who ends up paying for that?
Right, so first we have to figure out how much it's gonna.
Yeah, exactly, right, then you can have discussions about it, so this is like part of a process that
Right.
will go a couple more steps, yeah.
Okay.
Another interesting one, by the way.
Any of these other ones you want, like the preview on?
Well, just a quick question, when you have funding up above 27, is that different than capital up above?
So
18?
we tried to group it kind of logically, which I think worked out well.
Oh, no, it's great, but what's the difference between having a
Well,
capital section and then a
This, so
funding?
there are a couple of things where, like the Lucas device and there's another one, the demo of
Yeah.
surplus building. Those ended up coming in over 20, so they're. No, but
That was what
yeah.
you're trying to do, you're trying to, these are capital items and these are other items that need funding.
Kind of, yeah.
So
group it more
they're
logically.
really similar, but they were just, you were doing that 20,000 divide.
Yeah, and I did this before I realized that some of the
Right.
amounts actually were,
Yeah.
so,
right,
but,
right, right, right.
yeah.
So they're both,
But you could spend more than 20 on an item that's not capital.
absolutely, yes,
So
yeah,
I think the organization works.
sure. I was just looking for clarity of it. They both,
Non-capital.
they both require funding.
Yes,
One is what we're classifying temporarily as capital, and the other is perhaps non-capital, except we got some capital items in there. Okay, good, yes, clear as mud.
You
Good.
explained that.
Yeah, great. No, I love it, I needed to ask. I'm sorry.
All right, any other items on here? I think we need to move this along.
Yeah, so at the end, we've got policy and we've got bylaw amendments, okay?
Yeah.
Again, I think overall, what I'm asking is, how are we holding an annual and special? And is there, I do like how you broke it out, I do, I really like this. And it gives some clarity to what we're moving through. Could you see, for instance, a first night where we only go down through item 44 and then we take up on a Saturday policy and bylaw amendments? Just
Well,
Just
so
as-
if they're all on. If they're all on the annual, people could move to have them out of order, so we could have that intention, but somebody could move to. Like if they had a particular one.
Sure,
The only way
yeah.
we can separate it is if we make one, put it on special versus annual.
Yeah, right, exactly. So and some things you wouldn't
the
put,
board could post a town meeting on Monday and post a town meeting for Tuesday or Saturday.
yeah,
But, yeah,
yeah. So what's the direction we're going in? Because I'd like to, for instance, I'd like to start at 6 and end at 10. If we could do that, that would, I think, mean a second night. I agree with you, the special, though, we've generally only done for items that needed to occur within the current fiscal year. So, I think there must be a reason why we always had special come really fast. I suspect it was because you wanted to make sure people were there paying attention to this stuff. I think that some stuff can go to another night.
Yeah, so I mean, I guess we can discuss this now. I mean, the idea was a Saturday. I've just informally asked people and people are not generally interested in Saturday because it cuts into their weekend, but I mean.
If it's policy and bylaw amendments, who cares? I mean,
You run the risk of not getting a quorum
Well,
well, the
Yeah,
forums are
exactly,
different,
right.
they're different.
Other than the fact of the MBTA communities, I
Yeah,
certainly.
exactly, right. So that's a different thing, but you can sort different ways, is all I'm getting at. And to quorum, certain things require a quorum that's less than. But to Angus' point, you certainly want to have your largest capacity for something that's gonna draw a lot of interest. All I'm saying is, can you parse it out in a manner that makes a Saturday palatable? Or maybe another evening palatable, but
I think we need two sessions.
2 sessions,
I don't
and I think we
think-
need to have a hard 2 sessions, it's like,
I agree with that.
we're not gonna be doing that.
But on the last meeting, and I can't remember, it was the long one. I think it started late, because she waited for
It did.
everybody to come in,
Right.
and then there was 20 minutes or 25 minutes explanation. So, well, no, this is.
No, you're right.
critical.
that's very true.
It ran from 8 until quarter to midnight.
And
So it was only a 4-hour meeting, if you got your butt in a seat and started going.
But still 7 to 11,
So start at 6 and go from 6 to 10, you should be able to accomplish this.
perhaps.
Part of my concern is, and why I favor the idea of 2 sessions is, there are things like the MBTA communities that are very, very consequential.
Right,
And I'm concerned that if that came up at 10 or 10:30 at night,
It's
people are
a
gonna be in
disturbance.
a sour mood,
Yeah.
and I just don't know if that's,
plus, also just to get to that point, I think we need to agree on a hard stop, so that we aren't caught in a position of wondering whether we should go on or not, because, you know, you really, a lot of people don't. I think that if you set it up right, make sure that we put consequential stuff first, or stuff that you'll get to before everybody gets cranky. And know that you can end it at a certain time, because you got the other night, and you just go to the other night, whatever's on the other night. Maybe making sure that it's less of a quorum, nothing of consequence. I think you guys can sort it out. I would just like us to maybe depart from past practice, that's all I'm saying. We've departed from past practice.
I hate to rain on everyone's parade with a quorum number, but the only time we can change a quorum number in our bylaw is a special town meeting that doesn't include a $20,000 item or more.
Special town,
Special.
just special, everything else,
Annual has to be 90.
okay, fine, so we'll do, yeah, whatever, we'll deal with what we got.
No, I just wanted to
Yeah.
make sure, so we didn't.
Yeah.
Well, to that point then, is what can go on a special town meeting? Can all the bylaw amendments? So you can curate this quite easily.
Yeah.
To happen. Now,
Yeah.
we also got onto the Saturday concept, because I threw it out because I didn't know if we'd be able to secure the gymnasium for 2 nights in a row.
Right.
Evidently we can, so I said, we'll go with Saturday.
I agree with that.
And just eliminate that. Pick a Monday, put anybody you need the 90 people on, Tuesday, separate, maybe the special with it, and then go, that'll be it, should work.
Yeah, and by the way, what was the requirement for the fall?
Well, 45, because it's a special.
Well, but if
No,
the star
as long
goes
as
over a
it's
certain dollar amount, it's 90.
Yeah.
Right,
what's
right, so we needed 90, so
Yeah,
we
we
can
had
get
to
a
wait.
quorum.
Yeah.
So anyway, to what Chris said, that's great, yeah, Saturday was only in my mind because I heard there was difficulty of lining up the same place twice, but if you don't have difficulty.
No, we've got
It's a
a
wonderful
we've got a
site.
hold on it for the 28th and 29th.
Yeah, the other question is, okay, we'll have a meeting with Casey and stuff, but I have heard in the past that there was a hesitancy about assigning a second night specific, because it had to be, it could possibly be that the assemblage decided to not do it on that night, but another night. In the past, there's some talk that it gets set the night of the meeting, what the next meeting is.
I think that was when we were meeting outside and.
No, it was
No,
before that, it was
So
before that.
to Rob's point, it's because you can continue a meeting to any date on that evening. If you separate it out as a special
There you go.
and an annual, you would issue 2 warrants. The annual
And they're
would be
specific.
and the
That's
special.
what I was getting at, that, right? There's always these things that luckily you guys have your own parliamentarian there. Because there's always these things that come up, but personally, the time we end it, for sure, well, you can't if you do specific warrants, you're gonna have to cover a warrant, so make sure no warrant is gonna take more than, heaven forbid, 4 hours. Start at 6, which is great, that would be my
Because
recommendation.
you couldn't. MBTA may take pain.
No, I said heaven, right, that's why you may wanna try and figure out, get all of them to consequence, but you don't have it to your long list, that's all.
Additionally, though, if we don't complete the warrant on
You have to
Monday
deal with
night, we
something.
now have a second night that's already. That we can say, we're gonna continue this to the next night.
Yeah.
Oh, that's interesting.
Finish out the annual.
Yeah, right, exactly, right,
So that's always an option.
But if you started at 6 and people got there, even if you don't have a quorum, you can do your reports and this kind of thing.
Oh, yeah, you
I
should
think
be,
the hesitation of starting, wait till.
we should be waiting,
It's
we should
crazy.
be waiting.
That was unnecessary, yeah.
But I think we all have to have discussion, particularly with Casey, and make sure we're all on the same plan here as to what we're trying to accomplish and why, like you said, you know, I think if you put it in place, it will not go more than. And then we would bump stuff to the following evening. It'd go a long way rather than leave it so open-ended that, you know, should we move more? I mean, I remember the discussions and it's like, you know, people aren't speaking up, but I don't think people have the patience they used to have for stuff like this.
It's nicer and cleaner to close out a meeting, I would agree. Like, it'd be great if we could do it in one night and close it out.
Yeah, but we've done that and I think we've done it, we've maybe prided ourselves on the wrong thing.
Yeah.
All right, anything else that we want to talk about tonight before we?
Guys?
26th.
What I would say is, I do think this packet, while there are a couple of things that'll change, numbers will change, whatever, I think it's really in very good shape.
Yes,
So, but there is more backup on some of these, so if, as any of you are reviewing it, you have more questions, just shoot me or Jenny an email. Or Jim, we'll send you everything we have, so for instance, like the Coffee Street callers, we have the notice of intent, we have the, like, there's things where we have more information, we just didn't want to pause.
yeah, right.
So I guess what I'm saying is, send us questions, like, don't wait till the 26th, you know, just say. "Oh, I'd love to know more,"
But if
because that'll
someone,
just,
but if
yeah.
someone does have a question on the 26th, you're also gonna have this additional stuff too. You,
Yeah, we'll have it ready,
Right.
but I'm,
yeah, no, I.
yeah, we might supplement some of these, but I mean, we made a big. push
No,
to
no,
try to
no,
get
no.
some of the-
I didn't mean supplement, I
Yeah.
meant you would have it.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
right, so,
Yeah, and actually, that reminds me of, Wendy and I have been talking a little bit about the best way to share information over the next 8 weeks. There's a lot of churn on some of these, there's new information sometimes that comes in every day. I guess, one way to do it is how we've always done it with paper packets, PDFs. Another way to do it is how the FinCom used to do it until 4 or 5 years ago with the Dropbox, which you remember.
I remember that.
Which has, you know, basically a structure just paralleling.
we should be using Dropbox.
It would be great, because that way, when we get a new.
You post
quote,
it one
we
place.
upload it, you get it in real time, but I guess
Can we all? can we
my
all-
my suggestion is we could do that or the paper. I don't want to do both. So if people will buy into that,
Right,
I think you're gonna love it. It's gonna give you much more
and
dynamic.
you're gonna set us all up,
Yeah,
okay?
yeah,
And
but yeah.
We're not
so-
gonna be paying for anything, we'll be members.
Yeah,
Although
yeah.
They chase
and
me
we
now
can-
because of that. but-
Yeah, we can set up like walk you, if you're not familiar with it, we walk you
I
through
think we
it.
have, I think we have to commit to Dropbox.
I think it'd be
I
great.
think we have to commit to Dropbox.
I think it's gonna keep you much better informed.
The way we do this stuff is crazy.
Mm.
Yeah. The need to constantly produce
Correct.
packets of.
Correct, yeah.
To
So,
me, it's
But
really
you
easy.
guys have to commit too, right? I mean, it's the same question to you guys. Have you guys heard this question before? Are you thinking about,
Yes,
that you're saying yes to Dropbox?
I am in favor.
Right,
I
but
don't
what
think-
about the board?
yeah, Chris, I've got his hard, you'll get your hard copy.
Yeah, and again, when I was on
Yeah, you
FinCom,
can-
Running off a copy.
No,
is one
Chris,
thing.
we know, Chris, yeah, right.
Keep it everywhere.
when I was on FinCom, we actually used Dropbox. We had to set it up for
Yeah.
that because of the way documents
Yeah, but it
flow. I
wasn't
think
being
the
used.
flow is a little
Chris, it
different
was,
now.
Chris,
Yeah.
it wasn't being used. It wasn't being used.
It was when I started,
We
When
were.
you
with
started.
Gary and Forbes and
But
Nathan,
it-
it was excellent.
it
was
petered out, right?
really
Who was the
good.
chair
It
after I
petered
got?
out big time, yeah.
You.
After I got.
No, bullshit. The guy who takes paper on everything, maintains it.
I still have my account.
Okay, so the one condition is no griping if the amounts change and you have to get more paper and then you get mixed up on which one is.
I don't get mixed up.
All right, I've heard griping. in the
Oh, no,
past.
he's gonna use Dropbox,
Yes,
he's gonna use Dropbox, he just committed to it.
All right.
Guys, what do you think?
So as long as we can get into it, I couldn't get into it for some reason.
Yeah,
We had some
I just
problems.
gave up.
Yeah.
I have a little bit the same issue. I have a company issued laptop. That's the only one I have, and sometimes I get these barriers. It doesn't allow me to go in, you know, I'm not authorized, you know, and that's the only kind of hesitation I have. I'd like to try it and see if I'm authorized, but yeah, that's my only, you know.
Okay, what we'll do, we'll set it up, by, you know, no later than midweek next week. And then, and I'll send you all around. And what we'll do is we'll take what's on our shared server, because, you know, we all have access to it on the public drive. And we'll put it all to Dropbox, and then you guys can, you know, make sure you can log in if you can. Then if we get a new quote, we just post it to Dropbox and you'll get a little alert that, oh, there's new information. So
So we'll organize it by article, like will it be a full?
I would probably take this same approach,
Okay,
you know, and we
Right,
might just keep the same numbers, even though knowing the numbers will change, but that way it's like,
Right.
you know.
okay.
Angus, if one of our people happen to have technical issues,
Mhm.
can our town IT guy look to see?
Definitely.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or at a cheaper rate, Max or I.
Okay, or Max.
Well,
I go to Max, actually.
No, but Max and I are more readily available.
Yeah. Okay, so, and you could go to the IT guy if you were.
So if it's a bigger problem, then.
I just want these guys to know that they're not out there on their own.
So Dropbox is great for the lightning fast changes and everything, but will we be still getting like the information that you send us now, in preparation?
Well, I guess what I'm saying is.
You know, kind of like
this
that, your
package
email with the
is pretty
links.
complete. So there will be, this is pretty
Yeah.
complete.
Exactly.
So this should be kind of bring this to every meeting. If there's something material new, so, you know, for instance, like the 2 tractors, both of those numbers went down earlier this week by a couple of $1,000. You know, I think the scorecard, there's ways to like keep that, but I think like uploading the quote. It's easy to click and drag and upload it to Dropbox.
So on an article, it's
But
a
to
dollar.
like reprint all that, and then you have partial packets where some of it's here, some of it's, that's what we're trying to,
Yeah.
especially with the rapid fire meetings and with the capital committee and needing to keep them apprised and the CPC. And
Right.
it's just, I end up spending tons of time making
Just the
copies and moving things
communication.
around, which is really a bad use of my time.
Right, there's gotta be a way to make Dropbox work, it works all
Yeah.
over the place.
Yeah,
If you determine an amount and you change the article, will you take down the old article with the TBD and then
Yeah.
put it in its place?
yeah,
Right,
yeah,
so you're gonna maintain it current, whatever
Yeah.
current is,
Yeah.
it'll be there.
yeah,
And knowing that if you are stymied by something you're trying to work on, we can get some IT support, because maybe we can make any issues go away, like Dan, I mean, my God, you couldn't log in, I remember that was painful for you.
It was, yeah.
Weird, it's bizarre, there must be something causing that, because Dropbox is used all
Yeah,
over.
and if it's a higher tech thing that, block needs to be unblocked or something.
Right, exactly.
yeah. One thing we talked about, was could we just set up on the website, like, you know, for every article, but because of the mechanics of our website, it is very labor intensive.
Websites are, yeah.
It's not just like, it's several steps to post a document, and it's just not something.
No, websites aren't where you do that sort of thing,
Yeah.
yeah, that's,
I mean, that would be ideal, because then it would be like universally available to everyone, it's because of our particular website, it's a bigger time investment than one might think.
right. Anything else?
No. You guys can skedaddle.
Oh, you got more to do?
Oh, yeah.
That discussion went from floppy disk to one
And it's
Dropbox.
You want to talk tomorrow or something, or what?
Paper.
Let's
Hey,
have
take
to-
it.
Yeah, what's a good time?
By the way, I haven't posted stuff to Dropbox.
Or Tuesday?
Yeah.
Well, Tuesday's better.
Tuesday, great, I'm wide
Still
open.
cooking all tomorrow.
Okay, yeah, let's,
Tuesday.
send me a note.
Yeah,
What's a good time? And we'll meet in person on Tuesday.
And then I got,
Good.
probably, you know, I had.
Thank you.
My wife's thing to, like,
We'll make it work.
Guys, do your homework.
I'm just getting water.
You're gonna have to go across.
Yeah. So I could be there.
Glad you did.
Okay.
For 3 hours.
Still do.
Congratulations.
Yeah, we don't know, you know,
Do you have?
there's a point where
Yeah, I don't.
even after the fact, we're talking about.
Yeah, to bring down.
Okay.
But yeah.
Yeah, so it happens.
We got big shoes to fill.
Yeah.
I don't know about that.
I mean, obviously it's dry.
Very tired.
It's just staying out.
He's running away from us.
Good luck.
You're not gonna move away or?
No, we only have a couple more items.
No. I need to get my life back. I can't say this in front of Wendy because it's like, she does double what I ever did. So. I have so much stuff that still backs up my life.
Yeah, the one thing that's cool is that Charlotte County is limited. It's.
So that.
12 months a year, you know, that's a huge difference.
When first was around, I helped convince him, and I was like, God, he's great. 2 minutes a day.
It was worse. It's like, my, I'll say, only 2 days a month. Usually 2 meetings a week.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Service.
Yeah, and that's everything goes perfectly.
Yeah.
Good evening, Gary.
Good
Good
job.
Good to see you guys. Nice to see you guys.
Yeah,
Yeah.
we can, we can review. it.
Okay, yeah, no,
Sure.
because I saw that, I was like. It's a weird, it's off by, so maybe I can move the 2% now.
Hi, John.
And I.
Take it easy.
The hour. You did the 2%. Yeah. I think I got it right. It's not a
Yeah. No, just send it. Okay.
Speedy?
Not what I put in my notes.
I think that'll save us time though.
You think so?
I think so, I think it was good to go into an overview on some of them.
All right.
Uh, 32?
Okay, so we talked about logistics.
Yeah, so are we committed to the 20th, 29th? Sounds like that's,
I think that's the best
I think it's
option.
great, yeah.
I think so. Let me just make sure that,
Yeah, let me.
Let's get it on my calendar.
Sure, that's not my wife's birthday or something.
You've got it written down on the back of your hand.
Great, so that's,
I'm over.
May 28th and 29th, you said?
April?
Nice try,
April.
nice try.
You can show up.
I was gonna say, are you done on the?
Yeah, yeah, no,
I should have bumped that, I should push that to March.
So, are we thinking 6 o'clock start time? Is that? I mean, why has it always been 7? Any idea?
I did discuss this with Rob earlier today. It used to be because people worked in Boston, needed
Yeah.
time to get out of town.
Yeah,
So many people working remote. I mean, we never used to have meetings start at 5. That was like a sin, you know?
Yeah.
But everybody's got, last night I was antsy at home because the meeting didn't start till 7. I'm there at 5 going, come on. So, no, I think
You
you're
could
pretty,
come to CPC.
nah, I didn't know there was. No, so I think the dynamic has changed on the time.
Yeah.
And I think people would appreciate getting in and out
all right.
earlier.
The only thing is. There will be a bottleneck of checking people in. That I can perceive.
Yeah, we wanna make sure that, with the school in terms of when their operations wind down, so we'll ask Jonathan, like, what's a good time? Cause, assuming people start showing up, 30 to 40 minutes early and giving us time, but.
And so that's the other thing is if we can say doors open at 5. And people can start showing up at 5
Yeah,
and
yeah.
encouraging people to get there early to check in. We could have a
so,
6.
so that was the wasn't there a bottleneck with check-in? Was that because of physical space?
No, it's
Or
because
is it because-
everyone showed up at once.
Okay,
And so no matter how many poll pads or workers I have, I can only have so many people checking me in at one point. And so that was what happened.
but that was like a 20 or 30-minute lag before a case would allow a meeting to start. And
That's a different,
But worst case, if you start at 6 and you got a 20-minute lag, you're still ahead of where you would be at 7.
Yeah, we will check on, I like that idea of 6.
Okay,
yeah, we can like doors open at 5 and
Yep.
encourage everyone to show up at 5.
all right. Let's see. Okay, so we're on it. Action item F. Number B, refer the animal control and right to farm bylaws for legal, town department and board commission committee review. So before we refer these, I just want to make sure that you and Chris are comfortable with them as proposed because they are select board articles.
So my question, are we referring both right to farm or just the select board?
Well, just the select boards, we don't have any control of the right to farm. The
I
citizens.
mean, you could still get legal review.
Well. Yeah,
if it gets voted, you better make sure that it's legally up to standard.
Well, the reason for referring this is I want to make sure that I've incorporated the comments that we said last time. On the right to farm. I mean, my vision is that we send that out, give them 2 weeks, and then incorporate comments and discuss it at the next meeting.
Example,
Town departments and board committee. And then we can invite, whoever's interested to come to the meeting, or we can have written comments. And then once we have a bylaw we're fine with, then I think it would go for legal review.
right, my question is, you do send it to legal,
Yeah,
do we send the citizens petition one too?
yeah, we could.
Well, I think I don't like that because we're paying for something that we don't think is up to snuff.
So what I would recommend, I mean, I've talked to several of the people that were on that group at one time, and I mean, they're having a meeting next week that I'm planning to attend. I mean, ideally, we'd come to a consensus and have one bylaw. If they don't want to do that, then yeah, we could send them.
Because if, for some reason, the voters approve theirs versus the one the town puts forward, and it hasn't gone through legal review,
Yeah, of
you've got
course.
glitches, I think
Yeah.
you've got a problem.
Well, what happens is the Attorney General's office then.
Would reject
Yeah,
it.
rejects
But
it.
no, yeah, Chris is totally right, because you'd want the voters to know prior to voting if there were concerns.
Yeah.
So they at least would make an informed decision.
So on the right to farm, there were just 2 minor changes I wanted to make. So on item 5, the agricultural commission. In the second to last sentence, I would want to say substantially engaged in the pursuit of a variety of farming types. So is that
Which second and last
Wait,
sentence?
where are we?
section 5?
I'm in section.
Page 42 of the packet.
Okay, I'm in section 5. Okay,
Yeah.
agricultural commitment, what is it again?
On the second to last sentence, to just say a variety of farming types. So that,
I have no-
Second to last sentence of
Right
that
here.
section.
instead of pursuit of farming, it would say the pursuit of a variety of farming types, just so we have different interests. Whether it's vegetables or, livestock.
While you're right at that point, I just had one. Just as far as the resolution,
I added that.
no, it's right there.
No, I've got it right here.
Okay, then go with this.
So the reason, so this is on the resolution of disputes, so I would insert commercial farm, anyone who believes that the operation of a commercial farm is not in compliance with this bylaw. And I would also insert, or that non-commercial farming activities are negatively impacting them. And the reason for doing that is I hope that will, provide a mechanism for people who wanted to be covered by this bylaw, but are not commercial farmers. If there's some kind of dispute that they have somebody they can go to, and this agricultural commission would help them out. Is that all right with you?
Mhm.
Right with that?
Okay.
Okay. Any other things?
I have some really trivial, just an extra word, it's on,
Okay.
under, 2 definitions. Farming related activities include, the 4th bullet down. 4th to the last word, it says its farming use. So it should be, I think, is intended to say to its farming use. Pretty trivial, but it's worded.
Yeah, this comes right out of the state.
Yeah. I think it's supposed to be it's because they talk about the farm.
Yeah,
And so it's refers to the farm, I think.
yeah, the right to farm declaration, and the disclosure notification. Adding in the whole thing about federal, state and local laws, that was one of the comments from the Conservation Commission. I think we can wait and get comments. I think that doesn't really belong in that notification. It just makes it really wordy, but we can see what people say.
I don't see that.
In the disclosure, this is what goes
Send
to
the
people.
indented paragraph.
Somebody might give you a better wording.
Oh, okay, all right, I see now.
Yeah. And that, because that same phrase is also in number 1 under legislative purpose and intent. That's the 3rd paragraph. And then the 4th paragraph came from the Conservation Commission. They wanted specifically called out this doesn't give people, authority to not comply with wetlands laws.
I did note that, and I thought that was kind of good.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yeah. Everything else is pretty much, you know, basically what the template is. So are we good with that one?
Yeah.
Okay,
So Wendy, this was a draft email that,
yeah, that's what I was just gonna
okay,
send to
so,
the boards
okay,
and
good.
committees.
I wasn't clear if others had been BCC'd or if this was.
No, no,
Okay,
that
so
was
this is
just-
to come out tonight.
Yeah, so I thought I would send that, I
Great.
will also send it to
I was
the,
gonna say, do you want us to send it out to everyone?
well, I'll send it. I'm just
Okay.
gonna send it to, the boards and committees that I think are relevant, that commented on the first time. And I'll also send it to the ad hoc group as well as some specific people in that group that I've had dialogue with. Unless you have any specific group you think should get it.
Um,
I mean, open space, conservation, the board of health, planning board.
What about the citizens group, but maybe?
Yeah, that's what I just said.
Oh, okay,
Send them.
yeah, maybe they'll consider us.
Yeah.
It
Well, I
says
think-
refer to legal, but you're gonna refer to these committees
Yeah,
first, and then
yes,
legal.
yes.
Okay.
I think citizens is probably S apostrophe. In the email,
Okay,
Isn't it, isn't it their position?
it's multiple.
It's plural.
Citizens.
Yeah.
okay. Is the email okay? Alright. Alright. Okay, what about, the dog or the animal control bylaw? Any concerns about that? I'm not sure the language on that is correct, but, if you scroll down to the fines, I added that fourth condition that you could restrict them, but keep going. Restraint of dogs, restricted, I don't know if that's the proper language, but,
Where you, under fines, first offense, second, or
yeah,
where,
number four,
this is-
restricted access, this is to try to provide the framework that we could not allow somebody to use the town.
It might run contrary, because of dog hearings and stuff like that. Especially for people out of town, I mean, we can't technically impose.
But this would be for,
would be on an individual though.
yeah,
Or maybe I misunderstand what you're
I think
saying.
maybe we can get language from Tim on how
I
to say that.
I would, yeah, maybe that would be more of a.
Do you wanna refer this one to legal
First,
before?
yeah, cause they
just
looked
to-
at it the first time, didn't they, before we brought it?
Yeah, oh yeah,
Yeah, so maybe that would be better.
yeah, so they could just focus on the more recent changes. I bet he could, if I send this to him in the morning, I bet he could turn it around for us
Okay,
pretty quickly.
Okay.
And then,
yeah, that would be the only thing that's different.
yeah, oh, okay.
Everything else, other than the number of dogs, I don't think he would have anything to say about that. Yeah, so a couple of the committees that would review it are meeting next week, so if he is able to,
I'll reach out to him, and if he can turn it around very quickly,
Okay.
I think it'd be great to get that, just so we don't have to walk
Yeah.
back something if it
Yeah.
doesn't end up being allowable.
right,
I had a couple of other
okay,
questions, 3.7 under penalties, first offense, second offense, and it says first offense, second offense within 12 months, third offense, and any subsequent within 12 months of the first offense. I'm not sure where the 12 months has any impact there. So what happens then, if it's not within, if at 12 months in one day, does it then go back to $50?
not sure, Jim, this is your thing, right?
I mean, reading that legally, yeah, that's
Yeah.
what it sounds like it would go. It would go
Yeah,
up.
so what if it just said any subsequent offense?
Yeah. I'd rather have that,
Yeah,
So just take out.
because
control.
if you keep coming back on 1 year and 1 day.
right, exactly,
Yeah.
right.
Wouldn't there be other actions taken after three? I mean,
You would hope so.
I would.
Yeah, and then subsequent offense and just remove with, yeah,
Okay,
that's fine,
right,
clarity is always nice.
Yeah, just a general thing, anytime we refer to Mass General Law, where, here it says that, I'm looking at section 5 now, so it says all other aspects of chapter 140, sections 136A through 170. it seems to me we should say MGL or somehow refer to what chapter 140 is.
Mass general law.
Yeah, just, yeah, yeah.
Yeah, the immediate prior.
It says general law.
It's just general laws.
Right, exactly, yeah, it says general laws, but it doesn't say mass general, it should be just, MGL or however you wanna phrase that. And then 7.6, I have some enforcement and fines, I think this was another. Oh, yeah, and then, 7.6 enforcement and fine violations of this section will result in a fine of $50 for the first offense and $50 for the second and subsequent offenses within 12 months of a previous offense.
Right, that's what we just talked about, right?
But it's in a
It's
different
another-
It's in a
section.
different place, and it actually makes less sense.
No, it's like it was written at different times.
Right, yeah, I think so.
So I'm still not seeing it.
7.6 in this right here.
So it's, but it's this is just for the disposal of waste.
Yeah, okay, that's right, yeah, that's right, this one is disposable waste, so.
So we should make them consistent though.
Yeah, but I
Yeah,
think.
but it isn't just that, it's that it will result in a fine of $50 for the first offense and $50 for the second and subsequent offenses within 12 months of a previous offense.
So change it to 100.
Or, yeah, either up the fine or just say.
Right,
every
$50
offense.
for every, or whatever, I'm not, yeah. I don't know how
I'll
to
just
interpret
change it to
that.
100 for the second.
Sure, and down by 100 for the second and any subsequent offenses.
Just to wave the flag for Archie, I think he was suggesting 10,000.
He was.
Chris, were you aware of that?
No, but I wouldn't disagree. And if it's out by the reservoir, it should be doubled. There are bags all over it.
Yeah.
Well, Archie used to run out there and he would, on a fairly regular basis, he'd come in here shaking his head, talking about,
Well, there's a reason I send out those flyers every time we do a dog license.
Right.
All right, so do you want me, I'll make these changes and send it to you and.
Sure. Yeah, go ahead and just send it to Tim and copy me and I'll reach out to him and let him know, if he can turn it around quickly.
Okay.
I have obviously, I don't know the schedule tomorrow.
But he did review it, he must have reviewed it.
Oh, yeah, he reviewed it the prior time,
So
so
it's
it's
really
just,
just that one.
yeah.
Okay, great.
How many times has this been amended?
Quite a few.
Several 100 times.
All right, we're on to IMC. Correspondence to the school committee and everybody about Whittier appointments. Are you okay with the letter? You have highlighted?
No, it's just, I think the confusion arises because they don't understand. When, this goes back to 1967 when it was formed, and so there was initial appointments because there was no real ability, so they just established the committee and they don't understand that as it rolls forward, the municipality has the option.
It actually predated Triton as a district. Triton was formed in
Pentucket, you mean?
No, Triton.
Well, this.
Pentucket existed prior to Whittier.
Yeah.
And then Whittier existed prior to the Triton district. So they individually had their own school committees prior to Whittier.
Yeah, so that even makes this less applicable to us because we do not have a local school committee.
Well, but I think also, Pentucket only became fully regional and included the elementary schools in something like, was it 1990?
I think it is.
So I don't know between 1954, when Pentucket was established as a district, in 1990, who was overseeing the elementary school.
I think individual towns were overseeing their.
Well, right, did
Yeah.
West Newbury have a school committee for the elementary school?
I don't know, that's a good question. I should remember because my wife was working at Bagnell, and so
So this letter's not gone, this is.
No.
No,
Okay.
but we should send it quickly so that.
Oh, yeah.
yeah, actually, when I read over this, I did see something else and I'm trying to remember. I did make a note though, it doesn't look like, so.
Now, is Pentucket on board with this concept? I know they've been alerted this.
Well, I think so. I think they're not, I think they'd be happy, in Justin County, they would be happy to have one less thing to do. They are moving forward promptly to advertise the opening, I think just because of expediency, so I do think getting this sent,
But what would you stand on? That's what's really.
Well, they're gonna, yeah.
I don't think they're gonna agree.
Did you see that
No.
email exchange?
No, why would they not agree? It's pretty, I mean, this is about as straightforward as it gets.
Wait,
So
we
what-
got a legal email exchange with Whittier about this?
Well, with
No, Justin had
Oh,
talked.
no, I saw that, and then, and yeah,
And what was
Emily
it?
sent to Justin, who sent it to Tedeschi, which are,
Yeah,
not Susan, she's a
Allison,
musician.
Allison.
No, this was, at a meeting with
Yeah.
Whittier.
Yeah, he discussed it, I gather, with the Superintendent Whittier, who said she reacted on a 0.5 on a scale of happiness of 1 to 10.
Reception.
0.5. So,
Why does it, why does it bother?
Right.
I think,
we'd be speculating, but
yeah.
I think, I mean, this was a material issue last year in terms of,
The other
so
thing-
I think,
Yeah.
So the West Newbury, 1970, West Newbury School Committee submits the following report for the year of 1970. For a report on educational programs from grade 7 to 12, please turn to the report from the Pentucket Regional School Committee.
so there was a local school committee,
Just for the lower grades.
Just
Yeah.
so-
which of course doesn't have anything to do with it.
Yeah. Do you find it, Ray?
So why would Pentucket be advertising or intending to advertise if,
Just because Chip's term is coming up in just 2.5 weeks, so I think just in the normal
oh, that's
course.
how
of-
quick it is, I thought it was further. down the
Yeah,
road.
so I think we are looking at some period of vacancy, which I don't think is a problem, but you don't want that to go on any longer than it has to. I think if it was a couple of weeks.
What happens if Pentucket appoints somebody?
Well, that's why we
We
should
could
send
have a
this.
constitutional crisis.
We're gonna have to shut down the whole Whittier system?
We'll defund it.
But Wendy's right, I mean, we gotta get this thing sent.
Yeah.
So,
I don't go with it,
I talked to Justin Tuesday, this was a primary discussion point with the, meeting Tuesday. And I said that I hadn't seen the draft letter, Wendy sent this, late Tuesday. But I said that, I described the opinion we had from council, asserted that we feel that it's the town's appointment to make. And,
And Rebecca and Carol were part of that conversation.
they were, yeah.
Now, would it be prudent to CC the other communities in the district?
I would suggest start with our peers where we know, and then, I mean, we could promptly send it to them afterwards, but I
I
think.
think that would be a little inflammatory.
Yeah, I think the most important thing is to get the Pentucket towns in alignment.
Right.
But their reps may not have terms coming up, so they may not be, I don't know if we're.
Next year.
Is it next year? So it's gonna be a year before they need to, you know.
Yeah, I think we should wait till we get this
I
resolved.
think
and then-
ours
and
is,
then-
ours was on like a weird cycle, like we're included with like the Triton
Well,
school.
the question is, do we even know that Triton is interpreting it the same way, that it has been interpreted, and we don't? I mean, for all we know, Salisbury and Newbury and Rowley may have. Towns may.
I don't know, the initial meetings, everybody was on the same page about it should not be a regional.
That was one of
Right.
the issues in
Yeah.
revising the regional agreement, and I believe it was Salisbury who had the beef that said they wanted more authority in appointing their own membership.
Yeah.
So that's why I
I
had
don't know
Okay,
for sure, but that's what I
Yeah,
remember.
all right, well, that makes sense,
Yeah.
based on what Chris said, okay, I don't know what it was that I saw in here.
All right, if you see it before tomorrow.
Okay. Yeah, I'll go right back and read this again.
All right, item G, general discussion items. So Angus and I met with the abutters, on Portland Lane, and they are pretty adamant that, they shouldn't have to do anything, and, they're still, they think this is very unfair, and,
wouldn't do anything relative to moving structures or.
they still don't even want the parking there, but I mean, we said it's happening, when we have the fence planned and the parking area, and so, we started out talking about the utilities being moved, and then I tried to say, well, would you even be interested in the license agreement? And he was told, or reportedly told by National Grid, that he did not own that it was the grid's asset and he could not move it. So we just didn't fight on it, and, but I since, spoke with the National Grid person who's the town's representative, and he sent me a map and said that in fact, they own the underground lines, but the person owns the.
Yeah, so the way, because I put, when I built my house, I put my service in and I purchased the pedestal, and the lines from the pedestal where the meter is to my house are mine.
Yeah.
The lines from the pole from the, basically on the power company side of the meter it's their lines.
Mhm.
On the others, on my side, you know, my house side of the meter, it's my lines, and the pedestal was mine, that has a socket that takes the power company's meter. So I own the thing that it mounts in, but they own the meter and the lines out.
You could just request National Grid to remove the pad and see what happens.
Yeah,
No, I'm saying, you can't say you don't own, I mean,
Right.
yeah, so I mean, the next step would be to circle back and say, we talked to National Grid and this is what they said, you know. My initial thought was that we should run the fence along the property line, even if it crosses that landscaped area, just to make it super clear, even if we don't force them to move the
I don't
utilities.
think you have to do the fencing, I think we should notify them in writing too.
Yeah,
I mean, otherwise they can sit there and say,
right,
we never understood it the way you mentioned it. It's gotta be in writing so that it's clear for all parties involved.
so I mean, the same is true on the other side, the person's mailbox, I think, should be moved, that's not a huge expense,
Either one of them are huge issues, it's just how to get done. I mean, if they go to sell the house and we sent them a letter, they're already put on notice, they're gonna have a real problem. I mean, I don't know about you, I wouldn't buy the property with that kind of issue.
Mhm.
It can't be
And
that,
just to be clear, the issue you're talking about is having the property in the town right away,
Yeah.
not the, partial
Right.
fencing.
that I don't even see as an issue.
That, I just wanna make that clear,
No,
because
There
some.
are two issues, their encumbrances on our
Right,
property.
right,
The
right,
town's right to,
Right.
there's no question about the town's right to do
right,
what they're doing.
yeah,
I don't think we're slowing or delaying that process at all, correct?
right.
No,
right.
no,
I think so.
all right, so that sound like a,
No, I mean, it was clear a year and a half ago that they were gonna behave the way they're behaving, and their lack of due diligence is not our problem.
I know, I mean, I feel bad for them, because, I mean, I saw this all the time with Conservation Commission. The
Yeah.
attorneys didn't tell them there was an order of conditions, now they have to sort it out and pay for it, I mean, it's unfortunate.
Yeah.
Well,
But it
they're all-
doesn't change the fact.
Yeah, in this case, it was simply understanding your property bounds. I mean, and I don't understand buying a piece of property, paying over $1 million for your piece of property and you don't know where you own.
Yeah.
I mean, that's fine, if that's, but it's hard for me to
Yeah, no, I get that.
Well,
feel
there's-
sympathetic to that.
They can handle however they want, wasn't the previous owner notified of this at one point?
Yeah.
So if I own that house, I'm going to go back to the previous owner. for-
And we
Absolutely, yeah.
shared a copy of the letter that had been sent to the prior owner, which they did
Yeah.
not, no surprise, they hadn't had knowledge of that, but that, I think, was illuminating to them.
Right, so they have options and,
Yeah, they also, I mean, they're very concerned about trash, and, speed on the high, because they said that a lot of the kids on the street play in the street in the cul-de-sac, and. I mean, they're reasonable concerns, I'm not sure what we can do about it, other than put signs up, say.
I think people are really gonna go speeding up there to go hiking through the woods. I don't think that's the kind of crowd that draws.
I'm just sharing the concerns.
Yeah.
And again, this is the same. We see this a lot when somebody buys a property, they don't understand who owns the other property and the status of it and what goes in. They had no idea. Well, you should research your property when you buy. To have a parcel next to open space isn't the worst thing in the world.
I hope, I mean, I don't think it's gonna be as, big a burden as it seems to them, but. Yeah, so we'll just keep working on it, I mean, but Greenbelt is planning on putting the parking area in,
And we have the fencing under contract.
and, yeah.
We're signing a contract with the.
We say Greenbelt, but we're actually putting the parking,
Right.
I mean, they're doing the
Yeah,
trail.
yeah,
so,
yeah.
Yeah. But, I don't know if you looked at that map, Angus, it does show where the power
did.
line runs, so
I
just
saw that,
have to
yeah.
make sure that they're aware of that.
Yeah, I know, Butch had dig safed it, I think it's actually been dig safe twice, because I think Wayne might have preemptively a couple of years ago, but Butch is gonna do it again, third. And yeah, I'll share that with him, I saw, it, but I didn't send it around yet.
So how do we feel about insisting that the, service be moved? There's also some other things there, I have to check with Sam to see if it's cable or phone line and what the other.
It's both, it's on, you can see on the box, you can see
Okay, I just-
who owns,
Yeah.
So one of them, I think, might have said 9X, which would now being Verizon.
Mhm.
You know, I could be wrong about that, but I did look at them and, yeah, one is cable, one is phone.
Okay,
I would say any structures in the town's right of way should be relocated. I mean,
okay.
it's going to have to happen at some point in time.
Well, what about just running the fence along the property line, just to make it clear that? I mean, is that an option? And then we would have to, I guess, do a license agreement.
So actually, it does get a lot more, let's think about this. So the utilities own the line up to their side of the pedestal. And the utilities, all three utilities, probably will individually have to move their lines, their buried lines. And my guess is that the utilities are
Not gonna be happy.
not gonna be happy about that at all.
Yeah.
Because I don't know, you know, what it means in terms of, you know, the line's only so long. And depending upon what side, regardless, of the line's only, you know, the line's terminated. You know, there's two ends and they come together in a place. And you can't just move that place. One of the lines has to get longer. You know, so, it's not as though it's something that couldn't be done, but it could be quite expensive with the amount of
But we're trying to
excavation.
solve the issue, that's not what we're here to do, we're trying to have clarity on.
But
we
I'm
don't
just
know
trying,
what's happening.
I'm trying to be pragmatic about it though. That's all I'm saying. So it may actually, it may turn into a bigger thing than you think.
But suppose, again, I don't know, we shouldn't be, suppose there's coils of excess wire in that box that they can just slide, I don't know, you know, we're guessing at what. Could be there, we see the issue that their items are in the town's right of way,
Yeah.
and they should
Yeah.
be
So
removed.
that's what, this is what the grid guy sent me. So they're both being served from that same.
I'm a little confused by the way this is, so this oblong,
I think this is the center line. Oh, no, he's just pointing to that as the concrete. That's PVC, concrete, just a circle that.
okay. So this is actually HH5, oh, I see, HH5 and HH6 must be the two boxes.
Mhm.
Yeah, so,
I didn't realize the other one had a box there, I thought it was just a mailbox.
no, I think it does, and that may also, I can't recall, but that may also be within the town right away, but, or it may be right on the edge, it may, I'm not sure if it is or not, I don't recall for sure, because it's been a year and a half since I've looked at it.
Alright. So do we wanna play the hard line on this, or are we amenable as long as the property line is marked by a fence?
Steve,
Picture, I don't see one on the left side. That's his mailbox, I don't see any.
Hmm.
there may be, so
Maybe it-
there actually may be one that's flush mount in the ground, over by the mailbox.
Yeah,
Well, there's an electric meter past the mailbox.
Yeah,
Again,
yeah, take a look, for a second, thanks.
alright,
my comment is, at some point, I mean, suppose the other people put a subdivision at some point.
Mhm.
Well, it's a town's property, they should be relocated, then you don't have to hold their feet to the fire and say today, but I think they have to be notified that there's an expectation that's gonna have to happen.
yeah, okay.
If this is the layout that the utility has, yeah, it's gonna be a big deal for the, I mean, the utility is gonna have to excavate. They would have to excavate and, extend the line over here. It would be pretty messy, and it's encased in concrete.
Mhm. The PVC is.
Yeah, the PVC, so it's PVC conduit and concrete.
Mhm.
It's supposed to be galvanized concrete, that's weird.
I don't know, when I built my house. That's what it would have been if they could give me. They
Alright,
were able, yeah, you don't need to know what I had to do.
All right,
But
so-
I think it's,
Why don't I check back with our grid representative and just ask him for like order of magnitude costs, what it would be, and you know, what the details would be, if we did want to move forward with that,
Yeah,
and then,
who was it, just out of curiosity?
Joe Morocco.
Okay, all right.
and then report back before we decide. Do we agree at a minimum the fence should go the entire length of the right of way? Because I was talking originally about stopping it back here or not, but I just feel like it needs to be clear and they should stop mowing to that fence.
Right,
Yeah.
Right, I don't
You agree
disagree with that,
Okay, all right.
yeah.
And about, what about moving the mailbox here? He was asking if I would bring back to the board the option of him purchasing that land for the town, which is, you know, it's a tiny little sliver and it doesn't make sense, then the whole fence would have to move in, so.
But that's part of the right of way, the
That's what I'm
50 foot
saying.
wide.
Yeah,
right
that's
of way.
that,
Yeah,
that's.
yeah, that would then
Town
compromise.
meeting votes.
Yeah,
that's-
that would,
And I was
that
just
compromise,
supporting-
yeah, no, that's fine, but that would then compromise the 50 foot wide right of way.
Well, they also threatened earlier they wanted to buy the whole road,
Mhm.
if you recall.
Yeah.
All right,
I think it's cheaper to give utilities than buy a road, just gas them.
all right, correspondence, MBTA interim compliance, any questions on that? Legislative meetings?
I'm signed up for the one that's in this region, I forget which one of the 14.
In a legislative breakfast, I was gonna sign up for that.
Yeah, I'm signed up for the 14th.
But I went to their link and it required, oh, this is the MBTA, no, that's it, I'm sorry, what is this now?
Yeah, no, what, it was a more difficult process than.
Oh, yeah, it's a registration, okay, for the MMA meeting, that was where I went to it and I think I needed an account number.
Yeah.
Which I've never needed for
It was
any MMA.
weird. It was,
before. And
took me a couple of steps to,
so did you have to then establish an account, was that it?
I have an account, I had to like log in, it was weird, so we can register you, I can just, you know, we can just contact them, if you'd like to go on the 14th.
Yeah, that's what,
Yeah, we'll get you registered,
great, thanks.
and if either of you decide you want to go, just let us know.
All right. I move that we recess to executive session. GL chapter 30A, section 21A3.
Sorry.
All in favor? And we will return to open session just to close, just to adjourn.
Thank you very much.